T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Morning, fellow apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, hold, and screw the hedgie. Looks like we had a wild night last night. Brothers and sisters from the other side of the world have been helping out. I still have the descending parallel channel from yesterday up, and it just so happens that we're trading right back in that channel. Some of you are waking up and seeing this for the very first time and going, what the heck is happening here? And I have something just for that.
Now, boys, don't get into any trouble while Mommy and Daddy are gone. And don't make a mess.
Do you like parties?
Yeah.
We can invite all our friends and have soda and pie.
Yeah!
I hope no bad people show up.
That's right, Apes. It's time to party. Fire sale. Fire sale. Fire sale this morning. $273,000 shares sold already. That's more than I've seen in a hot minute. What a fight they put on last night. Well, let's go through our normals. What do we got for the day today? Stonko tracker. Still looking like the same data as yesterday. So they have not borrowed anything yet. So we'll go ahead and record that data. I'll throw that off to the side. And we will watch and see what kind of fight they're going to try and put up today. And I was talking about this yesterday. Options, right? We showed that there were options that were at $40 strike price. 49,000. They definitely felt like they were going to be able to get it down there. They wouldn't have been buying that many if they didn't think that they could. And what did they do? 40.83, really close. They almost got there. I believe it or not, hold on to your britches real quick here. I really think they're gonna try and push this down to 38 possibly this morning. We might see, yeah, I think we're gonna see somewhere around 38 at some point. Again, I'm not worried about it. This is normal. This is the exact same fight that they've been putting up the entire time. It's just we haven't seen a whole lot of it over the last 2 weeks or so. And then 2 weeks prior to that, we had a bunch of consolidation. So this is kind of foreign to us. You know, a lot of new guys here. You haven't seen this. You haven't seen these fights yet, and these are new. So the fight is back on. Let's look at those options again. Where did I put those at? There they are. Okay, so 49,000 at $40. Let's see if that goes up. 39,879 for $45. So those are definitely in the money, or were in the money. Yeah, they're in the money. And our strong calls were at 46 strike price and also 50. Let's refresh this. Again, 50, 46. Those are high strike call prices. Are 46 and 50. We still have that chunk up here at 145. They're holding out. They're like, come on, guys, this week. 49 is what we had at 40. It's now 53. They really feel like they can get us there. They're going to push this narrative today. Definitely going to be pushing this narrative. $40 strike. We got 45. A high level coming back up at 45 here. I would love to see this drive down. You know, like I think it's going to, maybe to like 38. And then absolutely, you know, they think that it's going to go down further and just see it like just skyrocket from there and actually lose a bunch of them. Yeah, anything over 55 would be amazing. There'd be so many puts losing money. Got about 14 more minutes before, or sorry, 15, 19 more minutes before we see Ortex data update. We came and bounced off the $42 level of support that we have, and kind of dropped back down a little bit. This is the parallel channel that I had set up last night. Actually, I set it up way back up in here, somewhere probably around. If I had to guess, I'd probably set it up around 14:30 yesterday, Eastern Standard Time. And it did dip down below right here, but then it fell right back into that channel again. Traded sideways a little bit, and then you know, the market opened back up in the pre-morning hours and dropped really low down to 40.83. And then once it did that, it kind of boosted back up a little bit, consolidated, dropped back down, and then now it's back in that channel. So I'm going to hold that channel there. I would not be surprised to see that channel. It followed that channel down until, I'm just guesstimating here. You know, I do think that they're going to try and hit $38 here today at some point. You know, we could be looking midday before we see a turnaround. I think it's going to continue to follow that channel, though. Hopefully there's people out there. I know there is. I know there's people out there who've been looking, waiting, wanting to get into this stock, and then just looking at the price and thinking to themselves, it's just too much. This is going to be their opportunity. It's going to be their opportunity to get in. It's going to be an opportunity for apes who have more money right now, and they've been waiting for a new lower price to get in. I wouldn't have expected it to ever be this low again, but here we are. This is, it's going to be a lot of opportunities for a lot of people. I noticed that somebody on Reddit was own mall 5152 talking about halts, saying so apparently there's zero enforcement of trade halts going down. That is not the case at all. I believe there is trade halts on the way going down, but in the aftermarket hours there is not. So these up and down movements with trading halts during aftermarket hours are not affected. I do believe that there is halts going down. Let me just verify that real quick. I might be incorrect. Yeah, there is. And after our tradings, S&P, Nasdaq, and Dow Jones, future contracts trigger trading halts when they fall 5% below or 5% above their respective closing prices. However, this still enables stocks and ETFs to continue trading in the after-hour sessions. So apparently not all. Price is dropping a little bit. We have RSI seems to be pretty low at the 1 minute scale. Let's look at 30 minutes real quick here. Just for RSI. Yeah, it's definitely low at 30 minutes. 5 minutes. RSI is also pretty low. So there should be a turnaround here a little bit. It definitely has more room to drop. I'm setting up my fidelity this morning. Definitely going to be some opportunities to buy. Oops. New lows. Let's see, is this lower than it was earlier? It sure is. 40.70. So after our 22.3% drop yesterday, we had dropped from 55.06 on the 6th to the 7th to 42.80. And then we went back up a little bit to 46.93. It was a 9.6% increase in price. But then we dropped down from that 46.93 to 40.70, which is a 13.3% decrease. Now, if I had to guess, this is just a guess, 46.93. Just want to make sure I have the right data in. Yeah, a 20% drop from there would be 37.54. So I'm kind of guessing that they might try to push that 20% drop again. But then after that, that would probably be the very lowest that they could possibly get this. They may not even get it that low. But I think they definitely want to try to hit that 40 strike price before Friday would end. Today being Thursday, if they want to try and claim some of those put options, claim some money on that, they're going to have to drive the price down to below $40. About 7 more minutes before Ortex data is supposed to be updated. I'm gonna go ahead and start looking at it now, just so I can compare some numbers. One of the first things I usually like to check is this alpha trading signals. Last time we had a signal was on June 16th. There's a short squeeze trading signal back then. I'm waiting to see if something else pops up back over there. The short interest page, we are down, I forget what it was, 1918 or something like that yesterday. I think we're down to 1885. So short interest is down just slightly. Yep, they've already borrowed shares this morning. I'll put that up in here in just a second. Somebody was asking yesterday, they said, how many shares did they borrow? And I guesstimated about 3 million shares. So we can check that out and see. And indeed, that actually is about right, because July 6th shows that there was 95 on loan, and it went up to, it was 95.4, and it went up to 98.6, which is 3,100,000. So I was really close. I think just kind of capturing that information in the morning and then watching them make their loans around this time in the morning usually happens, and I'll show that right now. I just checked that just a little bit ago. This number was different. I screenshotted it. It looks like they've borrowed almost the entire million of shares that were available to borrow, plus 100,000. So maybe 1.1 million, essentially. Borrowing about 1.1 million shares so far today. And some of those shares might come back. We'll maybe see this number come back a little bit later. So yeah, so they've probably borrowed about 1 million shares, 1.1 million shares today, so far. My on loan average age per day is that indicator has dropped a little bit. It's normal to see little kind of ups and down ticks that don't really indicate anything, so I would expect that, if this did drop, it's going to go back up a little again. I would assume this to mean that they are more than likely trying to cover some of their failure to delivers, especially at these lower rates. They're getting lower rates for these failure to delivers now, so it's going to hurt them. It's going to hurt their pocketbooks a little bit less to be able to cover those failure to delivers. But as they do cover, they do have to buy those shares somewhere, and they're going to get extremely hard to borrow, or buy rather. I shouldn't say borrow. They're going to be extremely hard to buy. They might be getting paper hands along the way, and they're collecting every single one of those. I guarantee you, they're trying to collect every single share they can. And we'll see some price increase when that happens. So this is the squeeze part. In a working engine, there's 4 strokes to a working engine, and in high school I learned this in auto shop class. I'll never forget it. I don't know why. It's just something I never forget. But it's the four strokes are suck, squeeze, bang, blow. And the sucking would be, in this case, the working engine of this would be them loaning shares or pretending to loan shares. The squeeze, that's happening right now. They're getting squoze, and the bang and the blow. That's the bang is going to be when the price just shoots off, and the blow is going to be when we're done. Oh, probably the statistic that everybody wants to see. 18.85 on the chart. That's what it looks like. Utilization. Wow. The utilization is up. It is not showing on the chart quite yet. But the actual live tracker for utilization is way up. It's showing almost 90%, which is, as of yesterday was showing 85.8%. So utilization is way up. Yeah, that's those. We want to be in the 90s for sure. I know that a lot of the data that has been being misreported to Ortex. They can only do what they can do. But seeing that it's getting back in the 90 percentile range is extremely encouraging. I like that. I like seeing that data. That's good. Citadel, how busy are they? A little bit busier than normal. Not a whole lot, but a little bit busier than normal. Looks like we're slowly crawling our way back up into this channel again. Do not be surprised today as this price continues to drop. Here's a post by Aggravating King 7680 on Reddit, and he's saying make sure and turn off your share lending. Most of you are helping the AMC shorts and you don't even know it. Yeah, if you, depending on who you have as a broker, you need to make sure that your share lending is off. And a quick search on the internet on how to do that is really simple. If you need me to help you walk through it in the chat, you can ask me, and I would be more than willing to help walk through it. I can look it up. We can go over it together. Janky little W formed. Almost looks like a head and shoulder, or shoulders, head and shoulders, shoulder, head, shoulder. Let's see if we see any trends at like the 5-minute scale. Another shoulder, head, shoulder, followed by downwards price action. Also, this is the channel that I had set up yesterday. Towards the end of the day, 14:30 Eastern Standard Time, I think it was. And we're still just kind of continuing down that channel. You know, expect possibly, I don't know, if I had to guess a breakout, I'm going to guess somewhere around 38 bucks, which could end up being towards the end of the day today, trading day today. They definitely want to, you know, if we look at the options, we'll pull the options back up here real quick. If you look at the options, the puts are really heavy at the $40 strike price. You know, they want to make the most amount of money as possible on those put options if they can. So $38 makes sense. Once they make their money, they're not going to try and continue to push it past this. It's costing them money to get that low. We already know. I've already seen that they've borrowed roughly around 1.1 million shares. You know, they might end up buying some more just to try and get us down that far. Yesterday was a $3 million, or 3 million share borrow yesterday. So this is costing them money. It's costing them a lot of money. All we're doing is sitting here and holding, and they're spending tons and tons of money trying to get this price lower and lower and lower, just so they can hedge their bets. And it's just they're trying to kick the can down the road, and it's digging a deeper and deeper hole as they do that. Congratulations to Eric for the tally mark. He was successful in price predicting yesterday. It was really close to his bottom number. Let's put that up on the page here real quick. I just want to give him a shout out for that. That was good work. You can see right here his lower price prediction point was 45.01, and we closed at 45.07. He was off by 6 cents. What an amazing point grab for him. That was really close. I think to date that might be one of the closest calls we've had so far between John, Eric, and myself. And Eric just joined this week. This is only his. It was only his second day of price predicting. Today's going to be a really tough one for us. All three of us are going to have a difficult time. I'm going to make Eric go first today. He hasn't gone first yet. So he gets to go first today. Today's going to be difficult, and I'll tell you why. Even though I'm saying it's going to get down to $38, I expect to see a reversal, a massive reversal at around that price point. And we could be talking like $10, $10 immediately. We hit down to 38 and things will just kind of trigger and happen. And the price will jump up to like maybe $48. We can close at 48 bucks. We're down at 41 right now, and seeing it drop down to 38, it'll be hard to imagine, but fully possible. Excuse me. This double shot energy is giving me gas here. So it's gonna be a really difficult day to predict. Will the price swing start back upwards at the end of the day today, or maybe in the aftermarket hours today, or will we continue on a downwards trend into tomorrow? It's gonna be a tough one. This is gonna be a really tough day to predict. I wouldn't be surprised if all three of us have extremely different viewpoints on pricing. I made a trade apparently, and I didn't even realize I made a trade. Usually I get notifications. Oh, I did get a notification. It's too busy talking or something. Huh. Sorry guys, I should put that more in the middle of the screen. We're heading back up towards that $42 line of resistance. I would fully expect to see us maybe either bounce off of that or bounce off of this descending parallel channel. It'll be really interesting to see what Apes think about this nice low price and whether or not there's going to be a lot of new investors coming in at a $40 price range at the beginning of open market. You could see, I mean, with all the numbers that I'm seeing right now, I would not put it past a bunch of big whales to try and buy a lot at this price range. I mean, the numbers are looking really good. The squeeze is currently happening, right? Like it's getting tight. The noose is tightening around the neck. That's what the numbers are showing. And so as this noose tightens around the neck, these big whale investors are going to look at that and they're going to say like, yeah, this is a good price. We should probably buy some more. And when that happens, that's we could see like a big jump at the very beginning of the open. But again, the hedge funds are going to try and drive that price down below 40. They want to hit those options that they have at the $40 price range. So we could definitely see some. Even if we do see a movement upwards, it'll probably be fought back and be driven back down. SSR is in place for today. That was triggered yesterday, so we do have SSR on our side. You know, a lot of people say, well, what good is it doing us? It's still getting shorted. This is true. It doesn't feel like it's doing anything good for us, but I think it could be worse. An interesting thing to note is that we're at 395,000 shares traded already. I like to see 1 million shares traded by 7 a.m. It's 15 minutes until we see our little pokey stick of shares that are traded at 7 a.m. every morning. That usually adds on somewhere between 300,000 shares. So if we hit 500,000 shares by 7, and we get that additional 200,000 or 300,000 added on top, that's getting us really close to that 1 million mark, which means that volume today could be over 100 million shares traded in volume, which is showing an increase day over day in volume. If you look, I wonder if I have. Let's just look at volume real quick here, day over day. I would think that it would be really easy to track that someplace. Let me see how I can. There's got to be a way that I can track volume as an average day over day. Yeah, this will work. So looking day over day for volume, you know, this is when we were back in the hundreds. Was on June 23rd. We dropped down to 80, 77, then we went back up to 99, 63, 59, 57, and we went back up to 90, down to 62, and then yesterday was 94, which was really surprising to see volume higher. It did show bearish movement when the volume goes up and the price goes down. That is a bearish movement. We definitely knew that there was a bearish movement happening, and I think that's going to continue on in today. But I think we'll see a reversal. Maybe towards the end of the day, possibly in after hours. We're about 10 minutes out from price predictions, starting from the three of us. Daily price predictions, just a fun little thing that we do to do tallies to see, you know, we're tracking this on a constant basis and see how close we can get. Eric got his first tally yesterday. John's the leader of the pack right now with 2 tallies. We've missed 2 days so far in the last between John and I, we were doing last week, Tuesday through Friday. We missed 2 days out of those, or sorry, Monday through Friday. We missed 2 days out of those 5. And then Eric got yesterday, and I think I'm trying to remember. I don't remember what happened on Tuesday. I don't remember. I don't believe that we had a miss, so maybe that's where John picked. Maybe John picked up. That's right. John and I were both won last week. We started on Tuesday last week. That's right. Okay, so we had 2 misses last week. John got 1 and I got 1, and then John I think got Tuesday this week. Eric got yesterday, and we'll see what happens for today. Eric's going to go first on price predicting today. John and I are going to get to see his price prediction. Before we make ours. Yeah, so let's check the markets real quick here. 4,174 decliners and 2,409 advancers. Look at the red. Ooh. This could be a sign of what's to come tomorrow. Yeah. Definitely some craziness coming. That is for sure. There's something cooking. Also noticed Dogecoin is a little bit down. As of yesterday, if I recall, they were trading at 23. Yeah. They're down to 21. Amazon's down in the pre-market 1.74%. This is something that I was talking about. You know, I felt like if we saw a major price drop in that stock, that it could be a very strong indicator that the hedge funds are maybe selling their position to cover for some of the failure to delivers that they have in AMC. Cinemark is down 3% in the pre-market right now. Everything is down. Everything is taking a dump right now. GME is down 5%. AMC is down 8%. Yeah, everything is heading downwards right now. I'm going to throw this up here real quick, just because I think this is kind of cool. Posted by Marshall BLR291. Look at the blue line still in the game. Purple lines are only for comparison 1 month movement, aka same as 1 month ago, but blue. Sexy. Yeah. And it's like I was saying before, guys, you know, this is nothing new. Look at this. Look at this price drop right here. You know, we were up at the 77 mark, took a big hit, went back up, came back down. This is how it works. This is the name of the game, and this is what forms diamond hands. It's moments like these when you can, you know, say buy in a position somewhere up here anywhere up in this area and watch it go down. And this is the test of forming those diamond hands. Paper hands or diamond hands? What are you? You know, this is, you know, anybody wants to ask, they say, okay, yeah, and Ortex should be updated by now. On loan. It was saying 98 earlier. Right now it's currently, yeah, there it is, 98 million, 98.6 million shares on loan. Ask yourself, have they covered? Because I can certainly tell you that that does not look like a covering to me. There's, you know, there's a cover back here. Of course, that's why you have a price increase. The cover right here was done through shares that were sold to the market through AMC and Wanda shares that are sold, and I have proof of that. You know, you can look at that. See the nice little rise right there? There's a little bit of a rise, and the price range there. And you can see that same thing right here. Here's that rise. There's the rise right there, but here's where AMC sold 72.3 million shares and Wanda sold 13.6. And you can see the number of loans went down. Price barely moved up, right? Yeah, that's how you know. So that wasn't really, you know, they covered with new shares. Here's a price drop right here, or a price raise, and they covered, and that's the reason why the price went up. We haven't had that happen yet, and everything that occurred during this time, the losses that they incurred during that period of time have not been realized yet. So you have this number going up. Utilization's almost 90%. Short share interest 18.85. Slightly down, ever so slightly. It was 19.18, just an ever so slight change. Somebody on this is Mook 1971 on Reddit said, "Aren't they supposed to buy 25 million failure to delivers today?" They may buy shares today. They might, and that would be where we would start to see the price increase. But and I'm going to throw this huge but out there. They want this money. This $40 strike put options with 53,000 of them at $40. We haven't hit 40 yet. Or under 40, they're gonna want that money, so they're gonna drive this price down below $40 at some point today. But if they do make those failure to deliver purchases, they're gonna be doing it at a much lower price. They want a lower price for those failure to deliver, so it hurts them less. And that's fine, you know, that's part of the game. But we're just gonna make it difficult for them to buy shares because we're just not. I mean, for the most part, we're holding, and so. As long as we just keep holding, it makes it really difficult, and the more they have to spend for those failure to delivers when it comes time for them to purchase. But they may drive this price below 40. I know they're certainly betting on it. That's for sure. They're already getting this one right here. They're getting. Let's see, where are we at here? 40.95. So they're getting everything. They're getting all those right there. And by market open, if we don't drive the price up more, I fully expect at market open that we're going to see this drop some more. It is 7 a.m. I'm going to reach out and contact Eric and ask for a price prediction if he hasn't sent it to me already. There's our 7 a.m. pokey. You'll see it swamped out all the rest of those. I missed the volume, what it was going into that purchase, but it looks like 300 to 400,000 possibly. Look how it just made everything else in volume look like trash. I love it. Every single day is on the dot, 7 o'clock. This is good. This is great. You know, I want to see. I usually like to see about 1 million shares pre-market by 7 a.m. Central Standard Time, and we're seeing about 7:39. It's a lot more than we've seen lately. Yesterday, I think we were struggling to get to 400,000. I think at this point. So I'm fully bullish on seeing over 100 million in volume today for sure. Maybe just guessing, but if I had to throw a number out there, I'd say maybe like 120 million shares maybe today, and that's showing an increase, right? I'll pull that back over, right? So here's our decrease back on June 23rd, and we were around that same number, and here's our decrease, and now we're starting to slowly start to increase. So this is where we want to be. This is definitely right on track with where we want to be. Yeah, Eric just texted me back. He's got his number for the day. He's saying it's a tough one for today. It is definitely a tough one for today. Let's go ahead and get his numbers in. It looks to me like he's going to be, if I had to guess what we're going to open at market open, he's going to be another neutral for the day today. So I'll go ahead and put him up for a neutral. Well, I'll wait until open to put those up, but let's go ahead and adjust his numbers. His numbers is 37.60 to 40.60 for the price close for today. 40.60. Yeah. I think I might put him in as being bearish. I don't know. We'll have to see how we open the market. If we're below below like 39 by market open, no, I'll change that. Let's do 40. If we're below 40, I'm gonna put him as neutral. But if we're above 40, then I will put him in as being bearish for the day. Ugh, I am the worst. I cannot drag and drop those. On the other hand, I think that there's going to be a reversal. I think there's going to be a massive reversal around, because if we follow this channel down, and we get down, they get us down to that 38 mark that I was saying. It would be in the aftermarket hours, more than likely. Well, yesterday they borrowed 3 million shares in contrast to the million shares that they borrowed, 1.1 million shares that they borrowed today, which they returned some of them already. But I'm going to hold that number in my head, the 1.1 million shares. It does appear that they've tried to make it at least look like they've borrowed, like they've returned the shares that they borrowed. That's not really the case, but that's neither here or there. But I need to come up with my price prediction, and I'm looking at whether or not we can defeat this channel before the end of the day today. Now, if they get it down to just under 40 to get those put options, to get the money out of those put options, if they hit 36, like if they drop us out of the channel and hit 38 early on in the morning, let's say noon, that would leave a lot of time left to increase the price. Maybe we could have a 10% increase off of 38. Oops. I'm going to say 40.30 as my low, I think. To 43.30. Because that allows us to drop to $38, which is where I really think they're trying to get us to. And then they make the covering for delivers, for the failure to delivers. And we gradually make it back up to like 40-ish dollars, $41 by the end of the day. That still is a loss for the day. But in aftermarket hours, I'm guessing that's where we see an explosion in price. And $38 would actually be, and they might even try to drive it down to 37, but irregardless, that's still, I think my numbers are still doable. Yeah, that's what I'm going to go with. All right, new numbers for the day. Eric, 3760 to 4060. And here we are approaching a million shares traded. We're currently at 714, which is not too far off of the time that I usually like to see a million shares traded by, which is very positive. It's definitely looking very positive for us. Just remember that they can't short the stock today due to SSR unless the price is increasing. So what you're going to see is probably at the open, you're going to see an increase. followed by a short. It's just going to be a short ladder attack down to maybe $38 or $37, and then from that point on, they're going to be done. You know, they will have collected the puts. They may even start. You might even see this would be actually, you know, hedging their bets would be the right thing to do in their you know, in their defense. And you might see them actually start making long calls. So we might see some of these numbers start increasing in here. They might think, oh well, we think that you know, we'll let you get back up to like $43, you know, and so you might see some of these numbers start kicking in here somewhere, really start increasing. Whether or not 50 is the correct number, I'm not sure, but um, yeah, I would expect to see some numbers in this range right in here, 42 to 45, start increasing. You know, they're going to want to make money on both sides of this. You know, they're going to drive us down to collect this money here, right? And then earn extra money on some of these, and then let the after they've done that, you'll see these numbers drop really low, and you'll see the price start to rise, and then these guys will start collecting money for tomorrow. Mm. Yeah, so again, I didn't really show this a little bit earlier, but this is the screenshot from earlier this morning. It dropped down to 30,000. I've been watching it, which means that they borrowed almost $1 million there, and then they also borrowed some shares off of the ETFs. So that they borrowed about 1.1 million shares, and now they've returned some shares. So there's more than there was to start off with this morning by, let's see, 500,000, 600,000 ish. So they borrowed 1.1 and returned 6. So maybe not too much of a fight. They may feel like they've dropped the price enough. Let's check and see if they've exited the positions at the $40 range, because if we have broken 40, they could have sold their options. Let's check and see. Nope, not yet. No change in the options yet. So we had there's actually this channel that I had, for those of you who are watching right now, this channel I had created back here. I had a couple touch points. I think I created it right around here, like 1400 yesterday. And the path continued on down into the after hours. Kind of got a little bit of a boost at some point, then kind of took a negative direction, and then ended up trading sideways for a while, consolidating, and then finding itself back inside that same channel again. We have dropped outside that channel and still are kind of continuing downwards. I'm going to leave this channel up here just because I think it's kind of I'm not really sure. It seems to be kind of a path that we're kind of taking right now since we entered into it. I can even draw the path. As it goes upwards, you can see that we minus this big W right here. We've been trading in that trend for a while, at least since Tuesday. I'm sorry, Wednesday, the beginning of Wednesday, right here. So I'm gonna leave it up there, and this line right here going diagonal is our wedge that we had, our 1 month wedge that we wanted to kind of stay inside. We were hoping for a kind of consolidation to a point where we would come out at the end of the wedge tomorrow and squeeze out above the top, but that's not happening, which is okay. It's not the end of the world. Like I'd posted up a little bit earlier ago. Let me see if I can find it again. Somebody had posted on Reddit. Yeah, here we go. This trend right here by Marshall BLR 291. This is kind of like a trend that they got going right here, and they're showing the wedge actually completing out a lot farther than I have it, because I kind of drew the wedge from here down, so my point kind of came to an end like right here, but his is further out. So he's saying that we're still inside of a nice price range. There's no, we had an instance back here where it went from 55 to 42. Here it's from 51 to 40. So there definitely is room. This line right here is a support line. We're currently below that right now. But and I fully expect to see $38 as being kind of that support line. Somewhere around 11ish maybe this morning, 11 to 12. So maybe around here, breaking back out and upwards. We could call it Eric's bottom line here. I think that we'll probably drive down to that price, and then we'll start to see a reversal. We have a negative delta to the rest of the market. So typically speaking, when the market does poorly, we end up doing much better. And currently the market overall is declining at 4,171 decliners to 2,417 advancers. The stock market overall is not doing well. Pre-market, even Amazon, the one that had huge gains, they had like $200 gain over a two-day period of time. And they went to 35 up to 3,500 up to 3,700, and it's starting to come down now. Cinemark is down 3.5%. Dogecoin is down 3%. GameStop is down 6%. Yeah, there's losses all around. It's not just us. this little gnat that's flying around here. I'm trying to kill him. Get out of my face, gnat. You're like a hedgie. Yeah, today's going to be a really interesting day today. I mean, we're at 1.42 million volume right now. We could easily see 3 million volume before market. Well, I'm going to go with 2 million. We could see 2 million in volume before market opens, and that would be nice to see. 3 million would be even greater. That would really show high volume trading for the day. I don't think the order flow distribution changes until market open. Let me just refresh to see if that, yeah, I don't think that changes. Yeah, it doesn't. This is still yesterday's numbers. I see a lot more buys over here in the bid section, which is really good. There's definitely interest in purchasing shares right now, which is really good for us. So we hit that level of support at 39.84, and kind of bounced off that. So you know, they're going to find a little bit of the hedge funds are going to find resistance support at the 39.84 range. You can see that they're trying to drive it down lower. We have a wall support at 39.87, and then another wall at 39.80. So that's, you know, that number is right in between those two numbers. Again, I want to stress these numbers here again. They had borrowed 1.1 million shares this morning. I watched it drop down to like 50,000 shares available left to borrow. And then the ETFs had dropped like I think it was 100,000 as well. So it was like 1.1 million shares that they had borrowed. And it's now currently over that value now. So they're returning shares. So I'm not sure if I should expect that means that they're not going to fight as hard as I thought they were, or if they're covering positions. I'm not sure what to make of that, but just throwing the data out there for everybody to see. Start kind of tracking that a little bit better over the days. Because I did receive a question yesterday asking me how many shares were purchased for the day. And I can't quite honestly figure out how to look at that on Ortex live, because I don't believe that they report that until the next day. Because you can always go to On Loan and look at the previous days, but they don't report the previous days until 6:30 in the morning. You know, so yesterday I said that I guesstimated that they had borrowed 3 million shares. So if you look at the six was at 95 million shares on loan, 95.4. And then yesterday ended up being 98.6, which is 3.1 million shares borrowed, which was really damn close to what I had said. So I think watching that what is it called? Stonka tracker, those values, I think could be vital to telling people, like if somebody comes into the channel and asks, like, you know, how many shares have they borrowed today? You know, right now I would tell them 0. Because they've returned more shares than they borrowed. Now, I guess you would technically have to say that they actually did borrow shares, right? Because they did borrow I watched them borrow 1.1 million shares. But as it stands currently, I would say that there is a negative borrow rate for the day. Hopefully John will get to me here soon and let me know what his buy or his ending price prediction for the day will be. I kind of feel like I want to move mine up a little bit. I'm not feeling so comfortable about that. I think it could actually go a little bit higher. Maybe at 45 to like 42 to 45 maybe. I think I'll end up regretting not having gone higher. You know, I think that there definitely could be a test right now. I think they may be testing to see if they can drive the price down easily. Um, oh. Okay, so John's numbers are in 35.70 to 38.70. 35. So he's definitely bearish today. 35.7 to 38.7. Let's go ahead and move his numbers. Let's see, let me input his numbers here. 35.7. John's feeling a little bear. Alright, let's see here. 35.7. Okay, 35.7 and 38.7. Okay, I got him down. Okay, so we'll go ahead and put up. I think I want to change mine slightly up, but I'm not sure. I think it's too late to be making changes though. So John is going to be bearish for the day. I'm gonna decide on Eric as soon as the market opens. If it opens below 40, I'm putting him as neutral. If it's above 40, I'm putting him as bearish. I am definitely bullish. And John is, let's see, does he have an overlap? I don't think he does. Oh yeah, he overlaps Eric just slightly. So they have a little bit of overlappage here where both of them could get a tally point. I feel like I really feel like I want to go to 42, like 30, maybe like 41.90 to I don't know, like 43 to 45 range, or 42 to 45. I'm really liking the volume that I'm seeing right now. 1.65 is really good. No doubt they are going to try and drive this price down to the 38 range. You know, I think both John and Eric are correct in thinking that there's going to be a drive in price downwards.
So we're kind of hovering around that support line of 39.84. I know we're a little bit lower than that right now. We kind of dip below it. It's looking like, it's there is some buy orders coming in here. Looks like we're trying to drive back up over the 39.84. I don't know ultimately that's going to work all that well, but again, they're going to try and drive this price down to $38, $37, so they can collect the most amount of money as they can out of those put options that they have available. So I'm having a conversation with John right now, and I'm just going to put this up there for everybody to see. Yeah, he's wondering, about how I track the data that we're getting in right now. So here it is. So on the second, we were trading about 47.77, which was down 21.8% from 61.10. We raised about 15.3% from that time frame from the Friday until Tuesday. We raised up to 55.06, but then the very next day we went down to 42.8, which is a 22.3% drop. But then we raised from that 22.3, we raised 9.6% to 46.93, and then they dropped us again. We are now, I haven't updated this most current low, but 39.33. So I'll go ahead and change it right now. So we're down 16%, and like I said, I would fully anticipate seeing another 20%er. So in order to see another 20%, in order to see another 20% loss, let me just look at this real quick here. Yeah, we would have to see like 37.54. And so I would expect to see that, very, very easily. I expect to see $37, $38 range before it starts driving back up. It is getting extremely difficult for them to continue to drop the price here.
So, John and I have a conversation, and he's asking like, where can you see that people are selling shares? And if you're a Fidelity trader, there's a very easy place to find that. So if you go straight to Fidelity, you can find on Fidelity, and I'll pull it up for you guys. If you go to, I don't want to show. I'll show where I'm at once I get there, but you have to go to News and Research. Once you go to News and Research, you pull up stocks, and it'll show the stocks in here. And if you go to Orders by Fidelity Customers, you can come in here and see the buy versus sell ratio of everybody who's trading on Fidelity's platform. And I check this every single day, and there has not once been a buy to sell ratio that has been lower than more, that there's been more sells than there is buys. So what does that tell you? There may be some individuals within inside Fidelity who are selling, but overwhelmingly more people are buying, which means that the positions are not being covered. Fidelity has 2 days. There's a T+2 before they cover. If they have more people buying than selling, they're not actually going to be selling to the market. They're actually going to be buying from the market because they have a higher buy ratio than they have from selling. And if the price is going down, it would behoove Fidelity to buy more shares than to sell shares to the market, because it's going to be more money in their pockets. And so this is one of the ways that you can come and look and see that. There's other places you can find this as well. I'll pull that up for you real quick here. If you come over to Ortex, right, and you look at shares on or utilization, right? Utilization, great number. So, and this is a Cook number too, right? I don't fully believe this is 100% accurate, but we know for a fact that that at least 90% of the shares are owned right now. It's showing utilization right here at 90%. That's huge. That doesn't show that apes are selling. We're holding on to these shares. If you look at how much is on loan, when they're buying more shares, they're showing right here that there's 95 as of yesterday, 98 million shares on loan from the hedge funds. They're loaning shares out right now because they can't get shares. If they can't get shares, that means that there is no shares coming to the market for them to buy. Otherwise, they'd just be buying off the market. Why would you buy shares, or why would you loan shares when you're going to get charged interest when you could just buy them from the market because it's so easy? They can't buy them from the market because there's no shares to be bought. Nothing. They can't get shares, so they have to loan them. Yeah, so I mean, the numbers, all the numbers indicate right now, there's no indication whatsoever that apes are selling. Just absolutely zero, none. Not a single piece of data out there even shows anything to the fact. Of course, there's going to be some paper hands. There is definitely some paper hands out there, but overwhelmingly, there's more people, more investors buying this stock than selling by far. I think one of the things that Trey has said in the past that rings true right now is that the minute that this is not talked about in the media, that's when it makes this a dead cat, right? Because they've won. They don't have any reason to try and create fear inside of people when they've already won their position. But in this particular instance, we're constantly still receiving tons of information telling us, "Oh, you're screwed. You're screwed." Everybody they're covering their positions. The hedge funds have won. None of that's true. None of that's true. And the only reason those hit pieces and news articles are coming out is to generate fear and uncertainty and doubt within the investors so that they can try and get them to sell their position. And it's not happening. We know what our position is. We're the house. We own the shares. As long as we hold and we buy, we don't even have to buy more, but as long as we hold, uh, it's the hedge funds that are the gamblers in this situation, right? And they're coming to us and they're gambling against us. And we're just sitting here just going like, well, the house wins. Go ahead and gamble, and as long as we just sit here and continue to hold, we win. Starting to look like I'm going to have to put Eric down as being bearish for the day. We'll see though. I'll wait till market open. Volume is looking really good. We're over 2 million. Still have not opened. We still have about a half hour till market open. I don't know why I like seeing it so far off to the side. Maybe it's because I don't like seeing the the recession down, the progress downwards. I'm putting it in the middle of the screen now, though. I think we're going to see. I think we're going to see a reversal here in a little bit. I do think that we're going to have a spike up on market open, but I'm pretty sure that it's going to go back down at some point. The hedge funds are going to try and work this down. Let me check out the options real quick here and just see if they've sold off those options at the $40 price range, since we were technically they were technically in the money just a little bit ago. Yeah, they're still there, 53,000 of them at $40. So they may actually have to wait to sell those at market open. So I would suggest that at market open they're going to try and drive the price under 40 so that they can get those options sold at some point. how far down they end up taking it. You know, they know how far they're going to take it to, so they'll sell at that point. Those options, those puts. There's a fair chunk of change of them sitting at $45 strike price as well. John's saying that my mic's just a little soft, and I did turn it down yesterday just because I felt like I was yelling at everybody. So I'm turning it back up here. I'm trying to keep myself, I guess, out of the yellow. Test. I think this should be a good level. Well, that's a little high. It just depends. I guess I fluctuate my voice a lot. I don't talk very consistently, so we'll try that level right there and see what happens. I was also trying to keep you guys from having to listen to my like burps and gurgling and whatnot. I think this should be a good level. Hopefully right near. Any kind of spikes that I do is kind of like right into the yellow, kind of like I'm talking right now. Those do spike up into the yellow levels, so I think this should be a good level here. Hopefully. I feel bad for any of y'all when we end up rocketing at some point here. I feel bad for y'all when I start shouting. I'll rip off the headphones, spike them like a football, yelling around the room. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It is going to happen. I can feel it. I feel this coming. It's funny. I quit my job last month on May 30th. Is it May 31st or May 30th? I think it was May 31st. Yeah, May 31st. Wait a minute. Yeah, it was May 31st. So the interesting thing about it is that the 28th was actually a down day on the market, and yet I still quit my job going into the 31st, and then the market spiked on AMC the following week, and it was almost as if I had predicted it. I hadn't actually predicted that at all. I just knew that once we got over $20, that there was going to be something pretty incredible that was going to happen, based on all the research that I had done. Hey, just in, we have a whale of a wall set up here, almost 20,000 shares at $40 price. That's pretty big. I haven't seen one of those in a while. That is going to be difficult. A lot of times when you see these get tested, they disappear pretty quickly. So I wouldn't hold that. That's this is almost kind of like one of those situations where it's like, hey, we're drawing the line here, and you know, and then it gets tested and like, okay, we'll move the line back just a little. Yeah. So we'll end up seeing what happens when that line does get tested, and I'm pretty sure it's going to get tested. We are currently at 2.22 million shares. This is the most shares that I've seen pre-market to open in the last week or so. So volume is definitely up for the day. So if this ends up being a down day with this much volume, what does that mean, right? I think that means a bearish signal. Let's see, volume increasing and price falling would definitely be bearish. So we could definitely see some bearish movement here, which is okay. You know, I definitely suspect that they're going to try and drive this price down to $47. And the reason for that is they want to make this money on their puts. You know, you have $40 put strike point, and they want to make this 53,000 put options that they have out there. They want this money. This is important money for them. This is going to help them to cover their failure delivers that they have expiring. They have another 44,000 at $45. So they're going to be making even more money off of this right here, the lower they can get this. So, and if you look how it kind of drops off here at the 38, 39, 37 mark, there's not a whole lot of put options there. There's some down at 30, but I don't think it's going to hit that. But you know, this to me, this would indicate right here that they're expecting to drive it below this price so they can get this money, and that's probably where we're going to see the reversal. It's going to be somewhere just slightly under $40. I'm kind of guesstimating 37, just because that puts us in a 20% drop from our last previous high of 46.93. So yeah, that's just kind of my estimate. I don't know for sure that's actually going to be what happens, but you know, we'll test it and see. We'll see what happens. Again, I'm going to throw this up here real quick. So this morning, this is just what I witnessed. So I took this screenshot as soon as I went live today. This morning, you can watch it in the video feed. We went from 1.3 shares available to borrow down to, I think it was about 30 or 50,000 shares. So they borrowed like almost a million shares right there, or we'll just call it 1.2 million shares. And then there was also about 100,000 here. So it was like 1.3 million shares borrowed this morning. And then a little bit later in the morning, after about 7 a.m. Central or 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, the shares came back, and you can see that as a reflection here. You've got about 300,000 that came back to ETFs, and an additional 500,000 here. So they have returned shares. It does not look like they are. I mean, it makes it almost look like they didn't borrow anything for the day, but we do know that they did borrow them because I saw them disappear. So there were shares borrowed, about 1.3 million shares. We'll see how that reflects on Ortex for tomorrow. It's probably data. I'm going to go ahead and write that data down on a notepad, a sticky pad, just so we can kind of compare it tomorrow and see how close my numbers are. I'm putting down borrowed shares for 7/8 equals 1.3 million, and we'll see. We'll check out Ortex data and see. Actually, yesterday I was saying that they had borrowed 3 million shares, and if you look, the Ortex data is in for that. It was 95.4 million shares on loan on the 6th, and it increased to 98.6, which is 3.1 million, 3.2 million shares. So I was really close to being correct. So I'm kind of curious to see what the return of shares that they had today. I'm curious to see if the what did I say? My notes again. 1.3. I wonder if the 1.3 million shares is going to show up as on loan. And if so, if they're going to show up on loan, how does that affect the shares that they returned? So where are they returning these shares from? You know, where are they recycling? You know, it's hard to know exactly what they're doing, but they're playing number games, right? They're cooking the books here, because we can clearly see that they're increasing their on loan shares. So, you know, that's costing them short interest money, 18.85%. You know, that's I mean, it may not seem too hefty, but when you compound that over time, it ends up being a lot of money. So we'll see where they're getting that from and how they're cooking the numbers. So here we are going back into that channel that I had created yesterday at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon Eastern Standard Time. you know, and it's kind of been a trend that we've been kind of hovering around on a downwards path for about 20, a little over almost 48 hours now. So we'll see what ends up happening here. We got about yeah, I'm gonna take about a 10-minute break and come back with about 8 minutes left to the market open, and we'll see what happens. I will keep everything up here. Again, if anybody wants, oh, uh, I just noticed John's comment. Nice. Oh, did I put in? I still have to wait for Eric's. I think I'm gonna have to put Eric. I'm gonna go ahead and put Eric down for being bearish for the day, just because I don't think that by market open we're gonna be under 40. So let's go ahead and put Eric on a down. And I think actually, I think both of these guys are right as far as like, are we going to see these kind of numbers? You know, Eric's top is 40.30. I'm sorry, that's my top, my low. Eric's top is 40.80, which we're almost out of right now. But Eric's top is 40.80 and John's low is 35.70. I think that we're going to be in those ranges today. I don't think that we're going to hold those ranges, but I definitely do believe that we will be in those ranges. So I wouldn't put it past I wouldn't put it past the price to be in that area at some point, maybe even about half the day. That's kind of what I'm suspecting. I'll be back. Give me about 10 minutes. Okay, I am back. I have the lawn care guys are here today. So if you hear lawnmowers in the background, I apologize. Getting close here to market open. Currently at 2.73 million shares borrowed, or sorry, volume. And so far I've seen about 1.3 million shares borrowed. Looks kind of like we're stagnating a little bit here towards market open. Not too many walls set up right now on the L2 book order book. I'm definitely expecting a price drop this morning to below 40. There's a large amount of shares, a large amount of puts options set up, 53,000 of them at $40 strike, which means they want to see less than 40 so they can grab some money off of that. I'm kind of expecting around 37 at some point today, 37 to 38. If I had to guess, 37.30. Actually, let me look at our levels of support and resistance here. Yeah. I don't have anything set up for that, but 37.30 I think is probably what we're looking at. All right, guys, enjoy the opening market.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Welcome, Apes, to AMC and ADD, where I buy, hold, and make the hedgy pay. I think we're in for a wild ride today, guys. This is going to be something else to witness. There's going to be ups, there's going to be downs. I think it's going to be in the reverse order, though. We do have a whole bunch of options for the day that are going to expire tomorrow, but put options that they're trying to hit at $40. So they probably want to sell those positions if possible. So I'm kind of expecting to see somewhere between 37 and higher, maybe 37 as a low for today, just so that they can get those shares in the money, those options, those contracts in the money. There's definitely going to be a huge battle. You can see we tested this $42 line of resistance. John and Eric are looking to be a little bit, looking for the price action today to be a little bit on the bearish side. I'm on the bullish side. I actually kind of wanted to raise my price to 42 to 45 for a closing price for the day, but I didn't end up changing it. I'll just let it ride. I made my price prediction. I'm gonna stick with it. Own it. Or text data, absolutely. What are we looking for exactly, Matthew? What is it that you want to see on Ortex? We have a short share interest of 18.89. Let me refresh this real quick here. %8.89% utilization is up. We're almost at 90% utilization. I think the number you want to see possibly is this number here, the short share interest, which is 18.89%, which is a little bit lower than it was yesterday. It's showing yesterday that it ended the day at looks like 18.85. A lot of people, at least I got this question yesterday. One of the questions that were asked of me was how many shares were borrowed for the day. And I can't really, Ortex doesn't really show that information until the day before. Yesterday, I estimated that it was about 3 million. And if we come over here and we look at on loan shares, you'll see that on the 6th, it was 95.4 million shares that were on loan. And then yesterday, there was 98.6, which is 3.1 million shares, 3.2 million shares. So that 3 million shares that I said, I think holds true. You know, the way that I'm tracking it manually in the mornings might actually hold up. I actually wrote down the amount of shares that I saw borrowed today, and if it increases by that amount, then I'll just continue what I've been doing. I feel like this huge dip had to be in part due to naked shorting since the borrowed change is so low. Let's look at what I was just talking about on the stockometer. I take a snapshot of this every morning, so I can watch how many shares that they end up borrowing. Oh my goodness, where did that go? Sorry, 1 second here. Let me get my crap together. There we go. Yeah, so earlier this morning I took a screenshot. We were at 1.3 million shares available to borrow. It actually decreased to about 50,000. So I was guesstimating about 1.2, 1.3-ish borrowed. And the ETF shares dropped by about 100,000. So in all, I put down as 1.3 million shares borrowed. Since then, the number has actually gone up, back up to 1.8. So there's actually a positive return in both the ETFs and the shares available to borrow. So I'm going to see how that relates to on loan for tomorrow because I haven't really been tracking it like this before. But since I was really close on the 3 million in loan from yesterday when somebody asked that question, I'm going to start tracking it like this and seeing if that is a valid way of tracking how much in loan that they take out every day. It's just something I have to kind of manually watch and see how it changes. SSR is on for the day. Ortex data still, I don't know if there's more you wanted to see there. One of the indicators that I like looking at is this one right here, which took a little bit of a dip. This on loan average age per day took a little bit of a dip right here, which we've seen in the past. It takes a big, huge dive and then starts to go up and then dips back down again. And that does happen before we see an increase in price. Here's the dip, goes up, and then there's a little bit of dip down, and then it goes back up again. So again, big down dip. This could be with the volume increasing. You can see the volume increasing down here at the bottom. With volume starting to increase, this could be about the time where we start to see that price increase. If not today, I'm feeling extremely bullish for tomorrow. And I said yesterday that I was going to be bullish for today. and I am bullish for today, but I do think that we're going to see a drop in price off the get-go. They really want to drive this underneath $40. They want to get those puts that are in the $40 range. Again, I'll put that up on the screen real quick. They have 53,000 puts at a $40 strike price. If they can get those in the money, you darn bet they'll try everything. They will do everything they possibly can to get those in the money. I just refreshed the screen. Let's see where we're at now. Yep, they're not quite there. They're going to want to get them there though. And the closer they get this down, the further they get this down, they can sell some of these as well. These $45 ones, the 44,000 that they have at that price range. On the strikes, I'm sorry, on the calls, we have a lot of support starting at 45 and all the way up to 50. So that's kind of the long investors are seeing that kind of as a range. So what I'm expecting to see today is an initial drop off the price down to maybe like 37, and maybe mid-afternoon after the noon lunch period, perhaps seeing price rising back up into the 50s, maybe 40s, mid 40s. And of course, these are just my predictions. This channel, descending parallel channel that I had set up from yesterday at the end of the day, I thought was really interesting. I'm gonna zoom out here just a little bit. So I had set up this channel probably at around 1400. I think it was right about here that I set the channel up. Well, it may have been here. 13, maybe it was 1300. I set up the channel when I had these 2 points. Oh, it was these 2 points right here. Yeah, I set these 2 points up, and you can see it where I set them up. And this downwards parallel channel kind of followed almost the rest of the day. It did dip a little below here, followed in the aftermarket hours, and then we kind of leveled off in the aftermarket hours, which we normally do. And then of course, we had that huge drop off in after-hour trading, or actually it was in the morning trading, due to all of the overseas exchanges that occurred. And then it kind of leveled off and kind of followed back into that channel again. Then we dipped below the channel, back in the channel, and now we're dipping back down to that $37. If we see this again, more predictions by me. If we see another price jump back up into this channel again, and we see a breakout above the channel, I think that's where we're going to start to see our rocket take off. I'm hoping that happens midday today. We'll see what happens though. We're already at 20, almost exceeding 20 million shares traded in the first 15 minutes. I'm expecting volume based on historical averages. I would expect to see volume over 100. I think earlier this morning I predicted somewhere around between 110 and 120 million shares traded today, which I think is a great thing. Seeing the volume heading back up is definitely a good indicator, in my opinion. Although with the price dropping and volume increasing, it looks bad initially. That's definitely a bear signal, and I'll put my indicators back up on here. I forgot to put my video camera back on too. That would indicate price increase or volume increasing with the price falling is bearish. But you know, I do think that at some point later on in the day, mid-afternoon, we could eventually end up seeing the price rising. So you would see volume increasing, price rising, and it'd be bullish. So it just depends on if you're looking at a macro level or micro level. Hey, that's okay. The game is not buy on this move. You know, if you're buying and holding and that's all you can do is just hold, that's the game. Don't feel sorry. You're doing what you need to do. Take care of you first, and you know, there's always apes out there who can buy. I know I don't know what I can and can't say on here, but I've made some purchases in the pre-market hours today. So there are still those of us out there who are buying, so I wouldn't worry about it. And you know, I think for a lot of people who came into this game at a higher range, you know, you're choking right now, right? You're looking at this going like, oh God, this is terrible. Um, nah, man, this is we've seen this. This is not even the worst that we've seen. We've seen so much worse than this. This exactly is um, the same exact thing that we've seen over and over and over again. Nothing has changed. They are doing the same gameplay. They have no. I don't see, other than trying to cook the numbers. I don't see any difference in how they're trading the stock. Like they're playing the same exact games that they've always played. They try to allow the price to move up a little bit, and then they drop it, 20% or so, and try to scare people off. And they let the price rise a little, another 20%. Let the price rise a little, another 20%. And they dig themselves into a hole trying to do this game of up and down, up and down, up and down. They're trying to get paper hands to come. And if there's not enough paper hands there, the hole that they dig is deep, super deep. And so what ends up happening is the blow up, the same exact blow up that we saw a month ago. And that's the hole that they're digging right now for themselves. The hole that they're digging right now at this very point is the same hole that's going to allow us to uh, maybe in another month from now even have a much larger position. So yeah, let them keep digging. In it to win it. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Speaking of which, Eric, for price predictions yesterday in purple on the screen, he won the price prediction by 6 cents. His lower number was in by he I don't remember what the number was right now, but whatever we closed at, he was 6 cents off of that. Amazing how close he was. And he's only been guessing the price for 2 days. He started on Tuesday. He got Wednesdays. 45.06 was the close yesterday. Yeah, he predicted 45.01. Thank you. Thanks, John. John just updated me. He told me. Yeah, Eric's lower number is 45.01, and he squeaked in there at 45.06 and got the tally mark for the day, allowing us to avoid the miss column. He was really happy. The Apes held in there at that 45 price range to pull it in for the day. to give him his tally mark. He wants to thank everybody. I'm sure of it. He said he wouldn't be listening today. He's got other things going on, but he did give me his price range for today, which we are currently in. We were in just outside John's price range. Not by a whole lot, maybe by like $1, a little over $1. We were in Eric's price range, kind of the upper portion of it. I marked him down as being bearish today simply because our open price was higher than his higher upper estimate for closing. So I put him down as being bearish. If we'd been under $40, I would have probably put neutral for him. We are seeing a little bit of price reversal right now. We might move back up into this channel again that I had set up from yesterday. I don't plan on removing that channel. I kind of have this weird suspicion that once we see a major breakout above that channel, we know we've moved away from that downwards price action that we've seen for like the last 7 days or so. And I think that's going to be a big indicator for us. And so that's why I'm kind of leaving that channel open. As a market as a whole, let's just check that out real quick. And this is something that I wanted to point out. I was talking about this yesterday. I really felt like Amazon, because I'll put this on the page real quick. If you go to Fintel and you look at Citadel's investment in Amazon, they have a $407.6 billion investment in Amazon, and the price rose $200 in the last 2 days after the announcement of Jeff Bezos stepping down. And I wanted to kind of point out that if they were going to sell a long position somewhere to make some money, that might be one place that they might get it from. And sure enough, Amazon, if you look at it, is down today 1.56%. I'm not saying that Citadel's selling, but as a market as a whole, and this is definitely something I've talked about as well in the past, the market as a whole is dropping as well. Red everywhere, just massive amounts of red. 4171 decliners to 2,417 advancers. The markets in general across the world are dropping, and it's only at 1% right now, on average. Oh, look at this. Just updated. Decliners 5,771 to advancers 900. This is one of the very first indicators that I said that we would see to increase in price in AMC, was because we have a negative delta to the rest of the market. When the market drops in price, AMC should go up. So that's going to be something to watch. I think the more we see the market drop, the more we're going to see AMC increase in price. And the reason I believe that is because I believe that they're trying to buy shares of AMC. So they need money. They need money to buy shares, and they're gonna have to start paying for those failure delivers eventually. Dogecoin is down 3 cents from yesterday. Cinemark is down 3%. GME is down 3%. We're down 10%. Let's see what GME kind of looks like. Let's see if they're doing the same trend we are. Sure enough, similar trend. Looks almost like we're lagging a little bit behind them on this trend. If I had to guess, so I initially had said that I thought we would drop down to the 37-38 range. We did make it down to about 38 to 79, which is not quite as low as I thought. So there's still a possibility that this could trend back down a little bit lower. If I were an investor in the rest of the market right now and I saw green candlesticks happening in AMC after all the press that we've been having for the last 6 months, and the rest of the market is down, all of a sudden you start seeing green candlesticks in AMC, what do you think's going to happen? Like, I don't know. As an outsider looking in, I would be like, holy crap, I think I know where I'm putting my money. And I would move it. I would move it from one place to another. But you know, I'm getting a little overexcited about this movement, price movement upwards. It's hard not to. We're testing $42, the level of resistance. I don't see a huge wall at 42. It's about 2,000. We'll see what happens here. This could be a bear trap. So we tested it once. If we see a second candlestick wick kind of breaking past that 42, but we don't break past it, this could definitely be a bear trap. Especially if the next candlestick is down afterwards. Interesting. I'm going to throw this up here just real quick. If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure this said 1.8 just a little bit ago. I didn't take a screenshot of it, but because I want to keep the screenshot from earlier. But I'm pretty sure that said 1.8, and that I think that said, yeah, I might have said the same thing. So it does look like they may have borrowed another 100,000 shares, possibly. I'm gonna, if somebody remembers what that said, you know, I might have to go back and you know, if I have to, I'll go back in my feed later today after I'm done doing the live stream and look at it and see to update my number. But if one of you positively remembers that it was a slightly higher number, I'm going to count that towards more shares borrowed. They could be seeing this getting out of control, especially with this second candlestick now moving into the 42 range, and we're blowing past it. You know, that could be a sign that they need some more shares to try and short this stock. So they might be borrowing some more. I'm gonna leave it at 1.3 for now. I'll look at it later and see if that's the case. I'll put down below possible 100K question mark. We'll see. I'm gonna try to keep an eye on that. I want to see if that updates throughout the day. So if I don't see your questions right away, I apologize. You know, there is a delay a little bit on this feed. I can't help it. I have really crappy internet, and I wish I could make it better, but I have the best plan I can get in my area. So you know, I'm having to switch back and forth between these screens. I could probably minimize this a little bit so I could see it better, but I'm just gonna leave it the way it is. We're starting to near my upper prediction. I'm so wishing I would have moved it to 45 now. Yeah, I was kind of thinking about changing my upper prediction to 45, 42 to 45 range. I'm really wishing I had. I really like this is good upwards movement. It doesn't appear to be a bear trap any longer. You know, I was a little bit worried about that when we tested the 42 mark the first time. We blew right past that 42. Moving into the 43 range, we're only down 2%, 2.5% for the day. GME still at 3%. Doge is 5% down, 5.5%. Cinemark down 2.75. Amazon down 1.4. Yeah, crazy, crazy. This is good stuff. You know, I'm trying not to get too positive right now because I fully anticipated seeing $47 or $37 today. But this is exciting to see. This is gonna require a drink of water. That's good H2O. Stay hydrated. It is important to stay hydrated Make sure you're eating well. You know, a lot of these times where these price dips come in and stuff like this, you know, people start to stress out, right? Like eat good, drink good, take care of yourself. Don't neglect yourself just because the price is falling. You know, we still got to take care of ourselves. Price is all psychological. If you can remove the psychological barriers, you know, and still treat yourself well, you'll feel good even though the price is dropping. The mind is a powerful thing. I used to do triathlons. I don't look like it right now, but I used to do triathlons, and one of the longest races I ever did was a half Ironman, and I was trying to do a sub 5 hour half Ironman, which is pretty impressive. They always say that the very first time you do your first half Ironman that you shouldn't expect to be able to break 5 hours. And I wanted to break 5 hours. That was my main goal, was to just break 5 hours. I had some poor training. There were some life events that occurred in my life at the time that had caused me to kind of slack a little bit on some of my running leading up to the race. So I was working off of mental health. I would say mental stamina going into the run portion of that, which is a half marathon, 13.1 miles. And I was tanked after the ride. The bike ride was enough to really kill me. And I was running. I remember running, and my mile times just started getting lower, a little lower, a little lower. Or sorry, not lower. I was taking longer to finish the mile time, so the mile time was getting a little higher. I was trying to complete 7-minute miles. They started getting kind of up into the 8 range, 9 range, next mile 10 range. So I saw my 5 hour mark starting to melt away because I needed to keep an average of like 8.5-minute miles up there. And so I started to watch it melt away, my goal of the 5 hour, and I ended up missing the race by 15 minutes. I missed my goal by 15 minutes. It was crushing. It was really crushing, but I was really happy to finish my first half Ironman ever. It ended up being my last half Ironman, but I really never wanted to go those kind of long distances because of the amount of training that was involved. Being super competitive, I just put in a lot of training for it. I was doing it was almost like it was a job, 40 hours a week of training, and luckily because I had the mental capacity to be able to survive something like that due to good nutrition while I was doing the race. You know, I was eating properly. You know, when you're working out as tough as you possibly can for 5 hours, you actually have to eat and drink properly while you're doing it, because if you don't, your body, your muscles will just seize up on you, and you have to have that mental strength to be able to drive past uh, your body telling you everything should stop. Your body says no, 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 but you actually have more. And if you mentally say no, I'm going to continue through this pain, and you just move past it, it goes away, and you just continue to move forward. And I remember I got done with the race, and I and I felt drained, felt exhausted, tired. I'd put everything I possibly could into it, and I got to a curb. I walked up to this curb, and I went to go lift my leg to step up onto the curb, and I couldn't get my foot up more than like an inch off the ground. Once I had stopped, my body was like, "Nope, you're done." And yeah, I couldn't even step up on a curb. I reached down to my leg and lift my leg up to get it up over the top of the curb, and push down on my leg to step up onto it. It was, you know, you're exhausted when you've gotten to that point. But psychology, this is a mental gymnastic that we're doing right now, and making sure that you feed and water that mental gymnastic is important. So let's take this with a grain of salt. I haven't even pre-read this, but I kind of want to read this real quick here and just maybe I should pre-read it first. I'm not. I'm just gonna read this. This is off of Reddit. Calax Cam 95 posted, spoke to someone at Citadel, and he or she says, excuse me a second. So I've been driving Uber for the past 7 months after market close to add to my positions. And from time to time, I get people from Citadel in my car, and I usually just snarl at them and smirk. Okay. Thinking about my GME and now AMC gains, but today, per the latest price action and the fact he was going to and not from, I decided to ask some questions. Surprisingly, he wasn't the dickhead I thought he was going to be, and he actually said he felt good about the little guys getting AW. Maybe, getting AW, I'm not sure. Oh, when, maybe? But he couldn't speak on naked short positions or the threshold list, or he'll face legal consequences. He didn't laugh, deny, or downplay it. His tone actually got more serious, though he did say he was called in urgently to work at 8 p.m. After a little dancing around and acting like I never invested a day in my life, he basically said he's going in for a briefing of all meme stocks, financials, mentions, and sentiment on Reddit and across all social media. So if you ever need a confirmation to know that we're retarded, not stupid, everything we do and say is being watched and accounted for. This is it. When we're in disarray in these chats, they smell blood in the water, and they tried to use their algorithm machines against us with bots and shills to add to the cherry on top. Let's keep the morale up even on red days. Who gives a fuck if we see 100? Who bought more who bought more posts and memes? Let's keep the morale up even on red days. Who gives a fuck if we see 100? Who bought more posts and memes? They do too, and they have sort through the shit just like we do, even more so because we can just click a DD flare. They have read it all. Ape no fight, other ape united, we stand divided, you know the rest. They need to know we're more retarded than ever, and we're not fucking leaving. The end. That's pretty cool. Here's another person, Mighty Flight. Wow, that says 6 hours ago. What am I on? I'm on hot, or oh, I'm on hot. No wonder. I believe today will be the bloodiest day for AMC. They wrote this 6 hours ago, so that would have been 3 a.m. in the morning, which would have been 3 a.m. my time, which would have been before the market opened. So they could have been looking at what was happening overseas, which was bloody. I believe today will be the bloodiest day for AMC. This is where the heroes will be made and the strong will be sorted from the weak. I'm counting on you all to band together. Let's show these hedgies our diamond balls. This person wrote, this is Fabulous Assistant 9. Everything is down, not just AMC. Remember, Citadel is like 30% of the market. They are probably liquidating as a Hail Mary attempt. This is like a fucking movie. Tits are jacked. The bad guys don't win in this one. So we saw a little bit of a drop in price. It looks like we went to kind of that 43.30. I believe I have a line here. It's I can't tell if I have a yellow line in there or not. It looks like I do, but maybe not. But there could be a level of resistance right around that $43 range. Looks like we may have hit it and then kind of bounced back down. We did come down once before and tested that $42 level of support and started increasing again. So it looks like we're coming back for a retest on the $42 range. We are down 6% currently. Just going to look at this real quick. Well, isn't that interesting? Amazon's chart looks awfully similar to our chart. Interesting. And GME looks more similar to ours. Cinemark's a check mark. Looks like there might have been a slight recovery in the markets. Let's check that out real quick here. We had 5,771 decliners. That may be changed slightly if the market overall is improving a little bit. It usually takes a second for it to update on Webull. I'm not, my internet, I guess, just sucks. All right, so it is improving slightly. 5,324 decliners to 1,334 advancers. I believe this was 900 before. Pull up the Ortex data again real quick here. Yeah, it does. Shares on loan, it does show an increase. The increase I was talking about. Yeah, a little bit of a decrease in short share interest of the free float. So we did. We tested that. We tested that $42 mark. Found resistance and started heading back up again. I may not have a Fibonacci retracement line for this 43.30 range, or just around that 43. Looks like it could be $43 even. So it looks like we tested it once, for a period of time, and then bounced down. Almost could have looked like a bear trap, but not quite. I really believe that this is consolidation. This could be a pennant. We've tested the 43 mark. We're over it, and continue to go higher. I'm really sitting here wishing I had hit 45 as my upper limit, but it is what it is. I've played poker a lot in my life, and sometimes you got to go with your gut feeling, and I still am still learning how to do that. I think the ADD forces me to avoid my gut feeling, because I'm constantly thinking in the head, and the head's saying, "Nah, do this, man, do this," and my gut's saying like, "Oh man, this is it. Stick with this," and my head starts getting in the way. Today may be a miss for us as far as guessing prices. I don't know. We'll see what ends up happening here. What was our open? Our open was 40.96, and we're currently at 43. I guess it must be a down percentage based off of our close from yesterday. At 45.06, that's got to be what it is. VA Doge posted on Reddit, Citadel is out there raw dogging the market, and the SEC is tweeting about fat-free milk. That's funny. I'm not going to do the math on this. I'm just going to read it. I don't know if it's accurate or not, but it just looks good. The High Roofer on Reddit posted simple math, folks. 513 million shares of AMC exist. 448 million are tradable in the float. 448 million divided by 4 million retail apes averages out to 112 shares per ape. I don't know about you, but I have more than 112 shares. Hold them diamond balls, son. Love y'all. Let's effing go to AMC, rocket to the moon. Let me sort by new. I like looking at the new comments better. Foliage wrote, y'all remember how VW lost half its ground before launch? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Yeah, when I was looking at Amazon and seeing a similar pattern to Amazon's trading today as to ours, it kind of tells me that what we're seeing right now is more market driven as a whole, not necessarily. Because I wouldn't say that by any means that you could compare. Let me just pull up over the last like 5 days. There's no way you can look at this chart for Amazon, right, and then pull up AMC's 5 day chart and say that they look anything alike. But when you go to the 1 minute and you look at just the current day and you drive it down, you look at this and you say, okay, that and that look awfully similar. So this is probably a market-wide movement, and you can kind of come to a lot of them and look and see a lot of different. Of course, GME almost always looks like ours, but you can probably go across the board and find very similar patterns on a lot of stocks. So what's happening right now is systemic across the board, which means to me that there's something fundamentally happening within the market in the back, something that we're not seeing. There's something that's causing markets across the board to drop, and I'm not sure what it is. I know that there was news in China that they had done something over there, and their stocks had dropped yesterday. I'm not too sure about that. Let me see if I can find some information about what's happening currently in the markets across the globe to see what's causing this. Okay, so the very first piece that came up was 16 hours ago, and it says Dow drops 350 points amid global economic recovery concerns, bond yields slide. The major U.S. stock indexes fell on Thursday on concern about the global economic comeback from COVID-19. Dow Jones, S&P 500, and Nasdaq joined global sell-off. Overstock, WD-40, Costco show resistance. Here's an interesting one. Dow tumbles as Delta variant fears grip Wall Street. Now I know that we have a Delta variant to the market. At least we're supposed to. We're testing $42. We've driven past it, and that's a level of support. Based on this flagpole, this is kind of a pennant, and it looks like we're a consolidating pennant a little bit. It appears like it's not consolidating. It's actually getting larger and larger. But what I will say is that you can definitely draw a wedge here. So if I draw a line here, and I draw a line here, it's like a reverse wedge. And typically speaking, you start trending towards the direction of the flat line. So we probably will see this drive past that $42 mark. So I'm currently looking up information about what's happening across the global market, just because I kind of want to understand what's causing everything. One second here. Dow futures tumble 500 points as Delta variant fears grip Wall Street. U.S. stock futures tumbled Thursday as investors grew fearful that the electric global economic rebound was slowing. Dow futures were down 520 points, or 1.5%. S&P 500 futures fell 1.5%, and Nasdaq futures were also 1.5% lower. Oil prices fell for the third straight day, and Bitcoin fell 6%. International markets also fell sharply. I've had a really tough time trying to find Bitcoin on the entire market for cryptocurrency. I have a really difficult time finding on here. I can find it real easily on my phone, but for some reason I can't seem to find it on here. Where is it? Normally I just go to this screen. I go to market screen on my phone, and it has at the very top, somewhere like up in here, it has a place where it's up above. It says United States cryptos global, and I can go straight to cryptos. I'm just gonna report it simply because I haven't. I really wish I could see where I could put that up at. IBOs. It's got to be in here somewhere. Is this? No. really wish I could find that. Anyways, reporting on. Oh, wait, I gotta go back. Look at that red. Holy smokes. Across the board. That is hefty. That is really hefty. Wow. But yeah, going to cryptocurrency on my phone, looking it up on here. There is not a single cryptocurrency that I see listed that isn't down at least. It looks like 6% might be the lowest. Oops. Yeah. 6.7% is the lowest, and that's for XRP. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I take that back. I'm missing some of the ones at the top here. There are a few at the top that are in the green. There's LTC in the green, just barely hanging on at 0.07% positive. Everything else is down. Some of the lowest ones that are down are like ADA USD, BCH USD, and ZEC USD. But for the most part, almost every single cryptocurrency is down. And that's very interesting, because you would think that if the market as a whole was dropping and you wanted to go someplace safe away from the market to avoid seeing losses, you would go to cryptocurrency. And that's not happening, right? Like cryptocurrency is even tanking too. So why would that be? Why would cryptocurrency be tanking as well? We know that the hedge funds are invested in cryptocurrency, so is it possible that is it mildly possible that we're seeing it just in general a sell-off across the board? I mean, I think that definitely seems like a possibility. This is just a sell-off across the board. Boy, I had suspected that early market we would hit somewhere between $37 and $38. I was so close, 38.76. Very close. I can't count that as a I normally keep track of our swings and prices, and I can't count that one if it doesn't break 20%, and so I will have to erase that as a loss because it didn't get under the price would have been 37.54 in order for it to be a 20% loss from the previous high, which would have been 46.93. So we're heading back up towards the 46.93, and I don't know. I'm gonna still count that right now, but if we pass 46.93, I'm gonna erase it. That might be later. You know, anytime I talk to somebody about don't be willing to put in more money than you're willing to lose. Every time I talk to somebody about this, that's like one of the first things I tell them. I say I'm not a financial advisor, so number one, don't take what I say as being 100%. You got to do the research on your own. But the second thing that I say is don't put in more money that you can't afford to lose. My grandma decided to put in some money earlier this week, and she got in at a price higher than what we're at right now. And she's losing money right now. But I remember at some specific point when I got her in, she kind of looked at the price going up and said, "Well, I should have put more money in." And I was like, "Well, you obviously were only comfortable putting in what you put in because that's how much you were willing to lose. So no, don't put more money in that you're not willing to lose because it's always a possibility." But if I particularly in my situation, I did the research and I put in quite a bit of money into this, but it's because I don't believe that I hate betting. I hate gambling with a passion. Uh, all the financial information that I've been looking up on my own and researching shows that this is an incredibly great stock to have. There's no indicators to me that shows that they've covered their positions. I see information that shows that we hold the entire float, even though there is data out there that doesn't recommend that. But I've seen it where we were owning the float. I have no reason to believe that we sold our positions. I believe that numbers are being manipulated currently at this point to where because there's other things you can compare to it, and when you see that those things aren't changing to where people are selling more and buying, uh, you know, how could we not own the float still? So, um, you know, if that's the case and we still own the float, uh, it still looks like a great bet to me. And I hate betting and losing. I really do. But I am a statistics kind of guy. And if I see that 51% of the time I can win over a 49% chance, I will take that bet every single time because over time, if you continuously take that bet, you're going to be ahead. It may be marginally, but you'll be ahead. We're hitting that wall again. We got up to 43.67 and kind of hit a little bit of a wall and started driving back down. So here's an article talking about bonds, and I do know that there's been talk about how AMC has been some of the dark pool shares have been somehow attached to junk bonds or what will be junk bonds. Um, but it says Dow drops 500 points amid global economic recovery concerns. Bond yields slide. I want to get to the bond part. Investors rotated into the safety of treasuries further on Thursday, pushing the yield on the 10-year treasury to 1.25% to the lowest since last February. Despite the recovering economy and fast inflation, the 10-year Treasury yield continues to decline. It was at 1.58 to start July and hit a 2021 high of 1.78 in March. Traders remain confused about the exact reasons for the rollover in yields, with many citing concerns that the best of the economic recovery may be behind us. Bank of America, Wells Fargo, and Goldman Sachs and other financial shares declined on Thursday as their profitability outlook dimmed with lower rates. JP Morgan Chase and PNC Financial were also lower. Nothing suggests the near slump in yields is over. So imagine for a second, your Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan Chase, PNC Financial. Imagine you're those banks for a second and you see your financials declining as much as they're saying that they're declining right now. At some point, those banks are going to want to start to look like they're profitable, or if they feel like they're overextended, they're going to start tightening the belts. And that's going to put pressure on the hedge funds, because if they're lending out, and they feel like there's a risk involved in recovery of their money, the first thing that they're going to do is they're going to start calling up some of these people who have loans out, and they're going to be like, we want our money back. We're going to take back these loans. And yeah, that's going to really, really, really put a huge noose on the hedge funds. They're going to look at that and they're going to be crapping their pants. Nothing suggests the near slump in yields is over, wrote Christopher Harvey, head of the equity strategy at Wells Fargo, in a note Thursday. A sharp drop below 1.25% could cause equity PMs to believe that something is wrong or broken. As a result, we see a growing possibility of a 5% sell-off in equities before earnings season. Harvey noted he believes the buying in bonds is more technical in nature and not due to macroeconomic factors. So earlier I had this descending parallel channel that I had set up from yesterday, and I said that we would need a really strong drive through that channel in order for me to say that that channel had been defeated. I think I'm ready to about delete it. I might leave it up here for just a little bit longer. I'm going to zoom out just a tad bit and check this out. This is, I had set it up around, yeah, right, probably right around this point right here, 14:25-ish yesterday, Eastern Standard Time, and it kind of traded through there, dropped down below. I really feel like we've kind of blown past it, to be honest. I'm going to leave it there for just a little while longer. I'm not 100% convinced that we haven't blown past the hedge fund's ability to be able to short the share today. Short the stock, sorry. Let's take a look at options again real quickly here. Keynoting the 53,000 options that they had at this $40 strike price and the 45 at 44. If I refresh this, I'm kind of expecting this number to be lower, and this number, I don't know. If they're not lower, if neither of these two numbers are lower after I refresh this, then I think there's a high chance that we could see the price dropping back down again today. Let's check it out. 53 and 44. Yes, they have dropped. Look at that. This was 44,000. That 44,000 number, they're done. This did drop, so there was some selling going on at the 40 range, but not everybody got out. There could be some people who get stuck here. Yeah. I'm saying hedge funds. I don't know if it's entirely hedge funds, but somebody's going to get stuck with a $40 put, more than likely. They didn't get out early enough this morning at the 38 price. And they could have been positions that were open too long and they needed to drop lower and it didn't drop lower, which is where I was saying I thought they were going to try to get the price down to 37, 38. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of people out of the money there on those puts. The long options have not really increased a whole lot though. Our heavy amount right now is still currently at the $45 price range, which is what I really wanted to move to. I really wanted to move my price prediction to 42 to 45 today, and I second guessed myself. I shouldn't have done it, but I did. Yeah. Unfortunate for me. Definitely looks like just some consolidation going on right now. We are currently at 54 million shares traded. The ticker seems to be moving pretty quickly still. We're only about an hour and 15 minutes into trading with that much. I initially had predicted somewhere between, I think, 110 to 120 million share volume for the day. Yeah, it's still looking pretty decent. It all depends on how active we get in the end of the market. Cinemark has gone positive. Let's see what they're looking like. I think they're a big check mark. Look at that. Big, huge check mark. Amazon, I think that's looking pretty similar to what. Actually, no, it looks like it's still more heading downward. So they initially started off exactly like we did in the beginning of the market. Kind of like a down dipwards and going back up, but now it's definitely following a channel right now. Let's draw that real quick. Look at that channel. We'll keep an eye on that and see what ends up happening to them. Where ours has changed, we dipped down, we went back up, and I would say we're kind of on an upwards trend a little bit right now. But an upwards trend does indicate, it coming back down. So, for them, this downwards channel could mean more upwards movement once it's done riding the channel down. GME consolidating. What's going on? Yeah, let's go. How's it going, Rizbot? Cooking with some grease today. We're kind of hovering just inside of my upper price prediction point, which I'm regretting right now. I really wish I had moved it up to 42 to 45 range. RSI is currently at the 30-minute mark, is currently at about average. So that's not really an indicator. It could go, the price that indicates the price could go either direction. At a 5-minute mark, it's a little high, which means that we could see, that's indicating that we could see a little bit of a price drop. And at the 1 minute, it's about average. We don't tend to usually use 1 minute though. Heck yeah, man. I think we're all hoping for a little green. I know there's certainly been a lot of down feelings, I think, about what's been happening over the last week. But I think the message across the board is, hold the course, right? It's always the same thing. Hold the course. Buy more if you can, and just hold. Hodl on. Hodl on, ape. I'm really starting to think that I might delete this downwards channel that I had set up that was kind of following from yesterday. I think we might have escaped it. I guess it'll happen. We'll see what happens between now and 10:30 this morning my time, which is another 40 minutes. In the next 40 minutes, if we stay above $42, I'll probably end up deleting that channel. I feel comfortable in saying that we're not headed in that direction any longer. Again, volume 55. Rizbot, was there any kind of, I don't know if you just joined the channel, but is there any kind of Ortex data that you wanted to see for the day today, or any? I think you might have been the one who was asking me how many shares. Let me know. Were you the one asking how many shares they had purchased yesterday? Because I wanted to give an update on that because I actually noticed something. Okay. So let me show you what I found out. And I was telling you yesterday I wasn't really sure how I could figure out shares purchased for on loan for the day because it's always reported the next day. But I don't know if you remember or not. Yesterday I had told you that it was about 3 million shares, I think is what I had said. And if you look at the data here, yesterday it was saying 95.4 million shares on loan. And sure enough, the report from yesterday was 98.6, which, if you do the math, is a 3.2 million share borrow or loans that were increased by. So the answer to your question yesterday would have been 3.2 million shares borrowed, and I told you 3 million. How I came up with that number was watching. I just simply watch this stonk tracker every morning, and I take a screenshot. Right, I screenshot this every single morning, first thing when I start streaming the show. So if you wanna rewind back to the beginning of a show or something like that and start watching, you can see that at the very beginning. You can watch that. And what I do is I take a screenshot at the beginning of the day, and around I want to say around like 6:30 my time, they start borrowing the shares, and you can literally just watch this number drop. Well, today it dropped down to 50,000. And then we had some ETF shares. And I wrote the number down today because I really wanted to see if this is something that I can start tracking on my own in case somebody asked me a question like you did. And so right now I'm at 1.3 million shares borrowed. And there might have been 100,000. I believe this went up. And you're looking at this going like, wait a minute, how do you get 3.1 or 1.3 million? Well, these numbers did change, and then they came back. So they borrowed the shares, and then they returned some shares. So there was 1.3 million shares that were borrowed, and now we're back to these numbers that are actually higher now. So more shares returned than loaned. So what I'm doing is I'm just going to track just what I see borrowed. And then I did see, I'm pretty sure that earlier on in the feed we were at 1.8, so I think they did borrow another 100,000. So I kind of put that aside. So I'm saying 1.3 right now and a possible 100K. I'm going to go back in the video and watch it later on tonight and then update my numbers accordingly. And then what we'll do for tomorrow is we will look at Ortex's data and we will see if that matches. If it does match, then this is how I'm going to start tracking that daily. That way we know live. You can come to the show, you can ask, you can say, hey, Case, what's the deal here? How many shares did they loan out today? And I will have that data for you before Ortex does, if it holds true today. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm not sure how the returning the shares affects the borrow rate. So that's kind of what I want to see. If these returns hold up and it shows like a negative borrow rate, then we'll know that we need to include that. So we'll see what happens. We'll play around with these numbers a little bit and see if it's not something we can track daily. Kind of excited about that. I've never really kind of looked into it before. So I appreciate asking the question yesterday, because I do think that it's nice to be able to have information before we actually see it. It gives us I feel like it gives us an idea on how the day's going to kind of trend. You know, when you see how many loans go out for the day, it kind of tells you like, okay, what kind of day are we going to have? You know, and it helps me to kind of predict when I do these price predictions in the morning at around 7 o'clock in the morning. I base it off of things like volume at that point in time, because you'll see every morning at 7 o'clock a.m. there's these huge spikes in volume, and so I kind of base 1 million or more in volume means it's going to be a huge day for us. 1 million or less in volume at 7 a.m. kind of means that we could see kind of a rough day. You know, any kind of price action could cause it to easily fall down in price. So if we see how many shares they borrow, and we kind of get an idea for, oh, here they borrowed 3 million shares, and that usually equates to this kind of a price drop over time, we can kind of get an idea for what kind of price drops we're going to see, and it would help me to predict my dailies. And I really like being right and getting those tally marks above my buddies. So what are ETF shares? Okay, let me see if I can answer that for you. I'm going to pull this. I'm just going to research it, because I don't even know if I can fully explain it myself. So let's look it up. An ETF is a basket of security shares of which are sold on the exchange. They combine features and potential benefits of stocks, mutual funds, or bonds. Like individual stocks, ETF shares are traded throughout the day at prices that change based on supply and demand. So if we want to go into this a little bit more in depth, so an ETF is an exchange traded fund. You know, I should write that down on my hand. I am really bad about remembering things, so I'm just going to write that, and I will just ingrain that into my head over the day. Exchange traded fund. And I will commit that to memory. It is a type of security that tracks an index. You know, I don't know if you notice my channel's ADD. My mind's all over the place. So writing stuff like that on my hand helps me to remember things. ETF is a type of security that tracks an index, sector, commodity, or other assets, but which can be purchased or sold on the stock exchange, the same as a regular stock. An ETF can be structured to track anything from the price of an individual commodity to a large and diverse collection of securities. ETFs can even be structured to track specific investment strategies. A well-known example is the SPDR and S&P 500 ETF, which tracks the S&P 500 index. ETFs can contain many types of investments, including stocks, commodities, bonds, or a mixture of investment types. So a lot of people have talked about in the past about, and I've always wondered this myself, on the dark pools, some of the AMC stocks being tied into bonds. And so maybe this is how this is done, since it's saying that ETFs are traded as bonds. Maybe somehow they connect some of those naked shorts to bonds in the dark pools, which would make sense through these ETFs. Exchange traded fund. Yes. Meaning it has, let's see, let me start over. ETFs can contain many types of investments, including stocks, commodities, bonds, or a mixture of investment types. An exchange-traded fund is a marketable security, meaning it has an associated price that allows it to be easily bought and sold. The key takeaways for an ETF is an exchange-traded fund is a basket of securities that trade on an exchange just like a stock. ETF share prices fluctuate all day as the ETF is bought and sold. This is different from mutual funds that only trade once a day after the market closes. ETFs can contain all types of investments, including stocks, commodities, or bonds. Some offer U.S. only holdings, while others are international. ETFs offer low expense ratios and fewer broker commissions than buying the stocks individually. So it sounds like it's like a... So there's different types of ETFs. There's bond ETFs, industry ETFs, commodity ETFs, currency ETFs, and inverse ETFs. Wow, there's a lot here. I'm gonna read up on this. I'm gonna pull it over here. I just looked it up on Investopedia, um, and was just checking out. But I mean, there's a lot of information here, and I'm by no means a financial advisor, as it says at the bottom of the screen. So I'm learning as you are. Yeah, I would recommend. I'm gonna look over this, read over this, and learn something new today. But yeah, I just looked up what are ETFs and pulled it up on Investopedia. Since ETFs have become increasingly popular with investors, many new funds have been created, resulting in low trading volumes for some of them. The result can lead to investors not being able to buy and sell shares of low volume ETF easily. Concerns have surfaced about the influence of ETFs on the market and whether demand of for these funds can inflate stock values and create fragile bubbles. Some ETFs rely on portfolio models that are untested in different market conditions and can lead to extreme inflows and outflows from the funds, which have a negative impact on market stability. I'm going to catch up on what you wrote here. Let's see. Yeah, absolutely. We learn something new every day. Every day. It's a learning process. Since the financial crisis, ETFs, I'm assuming that they're talking about financial crisis of maybe like 2008. Since the financial crisis, ETFs have played major roles in market flash crashes and instability. Problems with ETFs were significant factors in the flash crashes and market declines in May 2010, which would have been the 2008. Yeah, I'm going to do some reading on this, learn about those a little bit more. I appreciate for asking that question. I want to leave it up on my screen over here so I can remember to read that later. And I'm also continuing to try and track that Stonko tracker page to see, those numbers change. And sometimes it's hard for me to catch because I only got two screens going here. I dedicate one whole screen to what you guys see, and the other screen I usually try to leave up for research purposes or checking out what you guys are saying or whatever. And I use the entire screen. I probably should partition it a little bit so I can do multiple things, but yeah, there is a lot of stuff here. Since you just got on, it seems like maybe I'll just go ahead and point out a few quick things. I had kind of predicted early on this morning that we would see possibly a price between 37. Actually, I'm gonna put this to the side for just a second. That we might possibly see a price drop down to the $37, $38 range. We ended up hitting 38.76. So it was a little bit higher than I thought. The reason that I had said that was we were starting off the day with some put options that were really high, and it doesn't reflect that now because it's changed. But we had like 40, I think it was 52,000 put options at the 40 strike. It's now dropped down to 27,000. So, some as it got down to that 38 price range, some people were in the money and sold their positions. It doesn't look like all the positions were in the money because there's still some left over. But there are also $45 put, about 46 to 49,000 or so of the 45 strike price, and look at those gone. Well, that tells me personally, again, not a financial advisor or anything, but if I had to take a stab at this, I don't think that the hedge funds are betting on dropping this price back down to those levels again. So I'm about ready to delete my descending channel channel here, my descending parallel channel. I don't think that we're heading back in that direction. If we were, we would probably see more puts, because of course the hedge funds, if they know they're going to drive the price down, they're going to put puts out there because they're going to make money off of it, right? Like, why wouldn't you do that? You're going to spend money to get the price down. You might as well at least try and get your money back for trying to push the price down. So buy puts. So that kind of, again, another factor that I look into when I'm guessing my daily predictions. So based on that fact alone, and we're not seeing, I know we're still seeing a huge amount at $40. The problem is I think they missed. I think they missed the boat. I think that there were puts that just simply weren't in the money yet. Who knows who these guys are, but I think they missed the boat, and maybe they'll sell. Maybe they'll sell later on today at a different point. I can refresh now, and we'll see if it went down more. We're 27,851. Okay, it's actually increased. So they're buying more. Heck, there might be another possibility that they're going to try and drive the price back down. Again, they only did loan, from what I can see, they only loaned out 1.3 million shares, which is significantly less than they loaned out yesterday. 2/3 less. One thing that concerns me a little bit today is the long investors. It seems like they don't really know where we're going. So this is the volume right here. This is the strike price. It looks like the long investors, this is not changing, right? Like, nobody's really sure where we're going to end up at. The strongest level of support's at $45, which is, I think that's about where we're at right now. We're real close. We're about $1.50 off of that. And they still have tomorrow to try and hit that. I'm pretty sure that they're confident they'll hit that in the aftermarket hours today. So that is a little concerning for me, because there's not long positions out there that are real confident about what kind of price we can hit. So we could end up being back down in the low 40s, or just slightly under $40 again today. There is a chance. But at the same time, if you were if you had long positions and you were trying to fight that, you would love to see those guys not get their money tomorrow, and that'd be fun watching. I'm sure to them it would be fun watching them lose out on that money. This is my upper price target that I had predicted for the day. Yeah, I'm hoping they lose out too, buddy. You and me both. You bet against us, you lose. This is my upper price prediction that I made at a little after 7 this morning, and I had talked about in the stream moving it to 42 to 45, because it was just, I was looking at the options and kind of had feelings that there was a chance that we could hit up around 45 today. What I had actually anticipated seeing in the very beginning of the day was us hitting down around between $37 and $38 until noon, which is not at all what happened. We actually shot up much earlier than that and got over that. But I did expect afternoon today that we would see, up in somewhere between that $32 and $35 range by noon. And oh yeah, inflow versus outflow. So I have to update it, right? Because it doesn't update automatically. There it is right there. 512 over 433 inflow is killing it. Killing it. Almost 100 more. That's awesome. We have investors. I personally like the volume. 59 million. 8:30, 9:30. We're just under 3 hours in trading, so 2.5 hours into trading, and we're at almost 60 million in volume. I was predicting that to be about 110 to 120 this morning when I saw the 7 o'clock numbers roll in. It was actually looking really positive. I think we were at 700 or 800,000 shares at that point, which is unusual. I will be taking a break in about 20 minutes, as usual. Got to get my my lunch in before the hedge funds get their lunch in. They usually take lunch at 11 o'clock, or wait, I think it's 12 o'clock their time. No, it is. It's a, it's 11 to 12 that they take the lunch during my time, which would be 12 to. I'm so confused. 11 to 12 their time. So I like to get back over here and be ready for that because it's usually a down period. And I like to be able to talk about that down period. Oh man, happy birthday to your daughter. Awesome. 19 years old. That's really interesting. Your Central Standard Time as well. Cool. Me as well. I'm in Texas. Y'all. I have a son that's 19. Wait. Yeah. Yeah, he's 19. I had to stop and think again. Yeah, he's 19 years old. He's in the Air Force. I actually wear an Air Force hat because of him. Shout out to my son. He is working hard. He's currently learning right now. Awesome. San Antonio, that's awesome. He was down in San Antonio doing his basic training down there right in the middle of COVID. And he's now currently elsewhere. I don't think he would like it if I said where. But he's doing his learning, and for his position, that his job that he's going to be doing. I can't really give out too many details, but I'm really super proud of him. I'm sure you're proud of your daughter. Out of curiosity, did you you don't have to disclose if you don't want to, but did you buy her shares or did you tell her that she should buy shares in this? Um, that's something I told my son when I was getting into this and I started seeing the price increase. I told him, I said, his name's Bradley. I said, Bradley, I don't like telling people that they should do things. I'm like, but I really see an opportunity here, and I think you should really probably take some of that money that you're earning right now in the Air Force and invest it. And so he got a position in. I'm getting a message from Adam. Yeah, I think my son bought in. I want to say it was around the same price. I don't want to. It was around there. Uh, but yeah, that's exciting. It's fun seeing our kids grow up. I wish somebody had, at 19 years old, nobody told me. They said, nobody said, "Hey, go out and buy shares." I actually got involved in the stock market with the first company that I started working for, uh, and so I got my first 401k and did a bunch of stupid things with it. But nobody ever really told me like, "Hey," at least family wise, nobody ever said like, "Hey, you should invest in the stocks and try to." Make a life savings. Fortunately for me, very fortunately for me, I had people that I worked with who were like, "Yeah, you should put money in because they give you money and it's free money. Why not do it? And it's life savings and." But it's really fun to see our kids, like being able to give our kids the opportunity to be able to have life savings for the future is really kind of nice. I'm glad that we're able to give them that opportunity. And I will thank him for his service. I constantly tell him that whenever I'm out and about, I told him I'd wear the hat for a year after he got in. And I'm out and about all over the place, and people always say to me, "Oh, are you in the service? Thank you for your service," kind of thing. And I go like, "No, no, no, it's not me. It's not me. It's my son." And they go, "Oh, well, thank you for his service." And I was talking to him one day, and I was telling him about how all these people are telling me to thank him for his service, um, and he's like, "Oh, maybe you shouldn't wear that hat, Dad." You know, he's like, not everybody's happy about military people, and I was like, I'm proud. I can't not. I don't know. He might be watching this. No, actually, he's in school right now. There's no way he's watching. He might on his lunch break, so I don't know. I don't know. I've never asked him if he watches or not. I know he knows that I'm doing this. I should probably call him up and ask him what he thinks. Probably embarrassed. But happy birthday to your daughter, though. That's awesome. 19 years old. My son turned 19 last month. Oh, that's awesome. I'm really happy to hear that. That's really cool that she's sending you DD about it. That's cool. I mean, the more knowledge we have, the more power we have, and that's great that she's getting involved in this. You're investing in her future, and I think if you teach somebody the right ways to do. All right, so let's look at the negative sides of this just real quickly. This is not like any other stock. This is something completely different, and I think when I sit down with my son after this is all said and done, I'm going to sit down with him. I'm going to say like, look, son, this is not how the stocks normally work. This is something entirely different. Um, the fundamentals of how you're supposed to trade is how you're supposed to trade. This is different. This is us seeing an opportunity where hedge funds have come in, they've overshorted a stock. They put themselves in a position where they left themselves standing out in the open field with their pants down, and we're coming in for some nice tendies, and we're catching them with their pants down, and they're not liking it. Um, this is entirely different than normal trading, and I think one of the things that I'm going to tell him is I'm going to say. Um, some of the best investing that I ever did in the stock market was finding companies that were popular, had good growth, and investing in it and leaving it and letting it just sit. As long as not some major news happens that shows that the company's going to be doing poorly or something like that happens, and it's just Apple or something like that, or Microsoft, or you name it, any of those kind of big businesses where the price is just increasing over time. Those are great investments. You just put your money in there, you walk away. Um, I have a personal story to tell about a guy that I was working with recently. Um, I don't know if he appreciated that I said this or not, so I'm not going to name any names, but uh, I was talking to him about AMC, and he was asking some questions about like how can he get in, uh, and I he asked me, he said, what do you recommend for a trading site? And I said Fidelity. That's what I use. I like it. It works for me, and I haven't seen any negative feedback from anybody on it. And so he went to go create a Fidelity account, and it told him that his social security number had already been used to create a Fidelity account. Well, it turns out he already had a Fidelity account with a company that he had worked for previously, and he had a whole bunch of shares from that company, shares from back when he was much younger. He's older now, um, and let's just put it this way: the shares are worth a very large amount of money, uh, and it was completely unexpected. He didn't even realize he had the Fidelity account, completely forgot about it. But that's a good example of how when you invest into a company that does well over time traditionally, and then you just walk away from it and don't even look at it again. When you come back later, you realize that you've made an amazing position some of the hardest times for me in the stock market was watching some of the crashes, the bubbles, and he got to avoid all that because he walked away and forgot about it, came back, and now he's got this nice position. so so yeah, I think that's the kind of talk that I'll have with my son is don't treat the stock market like you're treating this because it is not the same at all. I'm gonna draw a little bit of a wedge. It looks like we got a wedge going on here right now. And this type of wedge right here is a bullish wedge, meaning that because the flat line is on top and the angled line is on the bottom, the price tends to break out towards the top line and head more in an upwards direction. It gets higher. That's bullish. And I'm happy about that, but I'm really sad that it's going to leave my upper price target point for the day out. It's just going to leave it behind. I'm going to look back at the AMC page real quick here. Okay, yeah, so going to throw this over real quick. So I know it said 1.7 earlier, and now there's 200,000 more that have come back, shares back in here. I swear that it was at 1.8 at one point, then it went down to 1.7. Now it's up to 1.9. So again, I'm writing some of these numbers down and stuff to kind of see where that falls, so I can track this more accurately for future days. But this, the page is changing. Yeah, that's cool. I probably would have done the same thing. Yeah, my dad passed away 2 years ago, almost to the day. We're coming up on the. I can't remember if it was today or tomorrow. I really don't like remembering what day it was, but he passed away 2 years ago and left a little money behind. And quite honestly, I used a portion of that to enter my first position in on the stock. So I've got what you can't see is behind the camera on the wall that I have here. There's actually a couple pictures of him up on the wall, and I like to think he's kind of watching the stock with me. It's fun to think of. Kind of like a good luck omen, maybe. He was heavy into politics, and he would have absolutely loved, because I wouldn't really say this is a political issue, but it does play into politics in a sense because, you know, the SEC is part of politics. There's politicians that are involved in what's happening. I don't know if you remember or not, but a few months back, Nancy Pelosi's husband invested money into a company that was buying a lot of AMC stocks, which kind of told people that if there's a possibility that she knows something, or it's at least being talked about, and so therefore, you know, there's some politics moving around in the background. I think if Joe Biden or if anybody in Congress knew that they could potentially make millions and millions, billions of dollars in tax revenue off of a bunch of 4.1 million investors making money off of this stock, I think that would kind of excite them a little bit, knowing that they could make that kind of money. In fact, there's been suggestions that they could make trillions in taxes off of us all becoming very rich off of this, which some people would say that that would put them on our side to make sure that we ultimately are successful. I wish he was still alive so that I could get his insider uh, opinion on what he's hearing from people. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate you saying that about my dad. Alliance Burstein Holding. Yeah. Is that the company that he invested through? Nancy Pelosi's husband invested through? I can't remember. My attention span's way too short to remember that kind of information. So here we're kind of consolidating down into this wedge that I created here, right at my upper price point. It should break out here pretty soon. In about 5 minutes, I'm actually going to step aside for about 30 minutes, have myself some lunch. Got to hydrate, eat, keep the brain good. Believe it or not, 9 hours of streaming this and talking about this gets really tiring. It's really interesting. My dad never, I mean, I think he invested money in the stocks, but he never talked about it ever. It was kind of a thing in my family that they didn't talk about financial stuff very much. It was kind of weird. I don't know why it was like that. One of these days, I'm gonna have my mom on the show. I'm gonna get her to come on with a Skype call, and my grandma too. She's 91, I think, or maybe 92 years old, and we're just gonna shoot the shit for a while, talk about some stuff, things that she's seen in the stock market over her lifetime. But that might be a question that I'll raise to my mom and ask her. Be like, why isn't we never talked about financial stuff when I was growing up? It was just something I kind of kept private, and I've never understood why. Um, I feel like talking about financial things is something you should do with kids. Explaining to them why credit card debt's bad. Explaining to them, how that can get you into trouble. I know when I first moved out on my own, that was one of the very first mistakes that I ever made was credit card debt. It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad at all, but it was enough to make me realize that like I was paying for a meal, and because I wasn't paying off the credit card that month, instead of paying $30 for a meal for two, it ended up being $35 or something like that when they start tacking on the interest the next couple months. So uh, it was kind of one of those things that I was like, I don't want to do that again. And I have, but but it was a good lesson. Another lesson that I learned too was taxes. I really didn't understand taxes at all. So I had claimed I was married, and I was claiming married, and that was it. And I ended up owing like, I want to say it was like $1,200 after my first year of doing taxes and also being married. I was married at 19, and imagine your daughter being married. I don't know if she is or not, but imagine that. And so I was completely thrown off guard by this whole tax owing $1,200, and it just so happened to be that the amount of money that we had saved for that year was $1,200. So we watched our savings just be completely depleted. And it was that point in my time in my life where I was like, I will never do that again. I will do everything I possibly can to make sure that I get a refund every year. And I have every year since I've gotten a refund. I know there's people out there who walk the fine line where they get nothing back at the end of the year, but that's too much work for me. I don't have that kind of attention span, balancing my books that much. There's the breakout, just in time for lunch. If I had to guess, this breakout occurring right now, 30 minutes before New York's lunch period. Tinfoil hat on here, but it could be a price correction upwards to compensate for the typical downward price movement that we see during that hour. The schools won't teach finances either. The government wants to keep in debt. My parent kept their savings in a coffee can above the fridge. Little did they know my brother and I were shorting it. Hands in the cookie jar, huh? The coffee jar in this case. That's funny. My grandfather was like that. He apparently stashed money everywhere, walls and beds, all kinds of places. Yeah, and the schools not teaching finances. I don't know that we're seeing that up here. One of the schools that my son, his freshman year, he had to move after his freshman year. But his freshman year, he was attending this one school, and they actually have a credit union advertised on the side of the school, and the credit union sets up accounts for kids that want to do finances. So they talk about finances in the schools up here. So maybe it's just kind of like a regional thing. Maybe it's just kind of where you're at that they don't talk about it. But I'm really pumped about that. Like seeing the fact that they talk about that kind of stuff to kids certainly wasn't anything that. Actually, I take that back. I had an economics teacher in high school who one of the assignments and was part of our grade was to give us a fake $100 to invest. This was back in 1994 in the market, and we pretended to invest the $100 into the market into the blue chips. Those are the only stocks that we were allowed to trade into. And the people that had, I think it was like the top 2 or 3 individuals in the class that had the highest amount of money got like an extra credit points and stuff like that. And that was actually the only experience I ever had in being taught in schools about finances. One of my favorite teachers too. That guy was awesome. I learned some amazing. He was both the economics and U.S. government teacher, and that guy really made it exciting to want to learn. He ended up later becoming, after I left, my brother and sister were 5 and 7 years younger than me, and he ended up becoming the principal. I think it was a year after I had left of that school. I was really happy for them that, for their sake, that he was the principal because I knew they were in good hands with him. Maybe Hedgie's covering some of their shorts from yesterday. Possibly. We're back. We're going back down into the wedge a little bit here. I'm gonna go ahead and take off for lunch for a little bit, and I will be back. It was good talking to you. Maybe you'll still be around. Oh man. Speaking of high, uh, can you believe that they're making it legal? I never thought in a million years that we would see it legal in states. I didn't think it would happen in my lifetime. I still don't think that's going to happen in my lifetime in this state, but I don't know. I'm kind of hopeful of it. It's not something that I would really want to, get really involved into either. But I did feel like it kind of took hold of my life a little bit at some point. I think some people can handle it better than others. In fact, I knew one guy who was an absolute genius, and not on it. The guy had was a manic depressive, so it really helped him out a lot. But for me, I kind of tend to lose focus on the things that are important in life, um, and it becomes more important to me than other things. And so, recreationally, I might use it on occasion if it ever became legal here, but I certainly wouldn't want it to be a part of my life constantly. That's for sure. I will be back in a little bit. Maybe I'll see you back on here when you get on here. It looks like we're in good hands for right now. The stock market as a whole is. Let's see if this updates here a little more quicker. Should see the decliners and advancers change here in just a second. There we go. So the market is on a whole improving a little bit. But look at this red down here. Crazy amounts of red. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, crazy, crazy. You know, that's one of the first indicators. Market starts tanking and we have a negative delta and we start going up. That's a really good indicator. All right, see you guys in about a half hour. Well, look at that. It did break out quite nicely. Moved up into 47. We tested 47.67. Amazing. You know what's amazing about that? That erases our low. Yeah, because we never actually broke 20% from the 46.93 and actually increases our 46.93 to a new high. So we have to delete that. We are actually almost 4% positive for the day. Take that, hedge fund bitches. Look at that. I just deleted our new low, our previous low, because that was not an actual attempt at attacking the price. They did not hit 20%. So previously on 7/7 we had hit a low of 42.80. We drove up to 46 and some change, drove way down to 38.76, which was not 20%. So that was not what I would consider to be an actual attack, like a full-on hard attack, because I consider those to be a 20% breaking point. And because it wasn't enough, it was only like 17%. So going back to the last previous high of 46, but we've now since broke that at 47.67. Changing my numbers. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. This ascending line going up right here is the 1 month trend that we had. So if I back out just a little on the interval, and I'm definitely getting rid of this now. That channel is gone. This wedge that I created, we broke out of. And this is the 1 month flag, the massive 1 month flag. If I go out to a 30-minute interval, let's do 1 hour. 1 hour interval. This is that massive, massive flag that everybody's been talking about that we dropped out of going down. So if you go down to a 1 minute interval and you look at it, we are currently trading just inside of it now. We're trying to drive back up into the towards the $50 range. We're gonna have a little bit of resistance trying to get back inside this wedge, this flag that we had, the pennant flag that we had. Amazon is down 0.68%. Cinemark is up 1%. Doge is down 2.5%. GME is up 0.5%. Their trend doesn't quite look like ours. Oh, maybe it does. It's sort of similar. Trading well above the VWAP. RSI got a little high there. Let's check it on the 30-minute interval. Yeah, it was definitely high. On the 5-minute interval, it was definitely high. It was above the 70 mark. So we'll probably see some consolidation here. So what we got here is the flagpole with a nice little pennant forming. We'll see if we can't draw a trend to see when that's going to end. Typically these end in a bullish movement going upwards. Let's see if I can drive in on this and see if we can kind of guesstimate when that's going to happen. I don't have enough touch points yet. I do maybe for the down, for the top portion here. But I don't really have enough touch points on the bottom side to really indicate like a breakout point. So I'd let this go for a little bit here before I start making any kind of predictions. But definitely a bullish flag. Currently, AMC is exceeding all of our price predictions for today by quite a large margin. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm currently checking a lot of information here on the side. I hate to disrupt our nice little green candlestick that we got going on here. Let's just interrupt it for just a second. It doesn't appear that these numbers have changed much since I last looked at them. Still about the same. I am really curious about options right now. I have a hard time imagining that somebody's going to be doing long call options on this with it being so close to Friday. We'll probably just tend to see the ones that we have already sticking and holding, 44, 45. There's some at 50. They're going to be looking really sweet right now. We're at $47.70. Yeah, these guys are going to be really happy, especially these ones right here. We're coming for you, 50. We're coming. We'll try to get there. I want to go ahead and touch on this real quick. We have 30,000. This number did increase. Originally today it was at I want to say 52,000. It dropped to like 27, I believe, thousand. So they sold some of their puts at the 40 strike earlier this morning, and then they increased to 30, so they could gain like 3,000 more. So let's go ahead and refresh this and see where we stand now. Okay, so we did have some long calls. Those guys at the 44, some increased their position at 45. They did increase their positions here. You know, I don't know what kind of interest they're getting. I don't know what kind of valuation they're getting on these. I could look it up really quick. It would take me a hot minute, but if this price drives up a lot in aftermarket hours today, these guys are going to be making out big time, big time. And if we hit $50 and drive beyond that, these guys are going to be making money too. So yeah, it could be looking good for them. Long positions. Wow, they increased more at 40. They're doubling down on 40. Wow, 40 strike price. They like almost not doubling. I mean, but they are definitely increasing their position there. Somebody thinks we're going to be able to drive back down to 40. There are some investors out there that think this is going back down to 40. Let's check it out. Let's look at. Let's see if there's any validity to this at all. What are we looking like? The rest of the market, how's it moved? Because the market as a whole was doing really, really bad. Most of those positions looks like they've changed, so the market might be picking back up. If the market picks back up, there's a chance that what happened today, or not completely, but some, the hedge funds could have sold some positions to gain some money, so that they might be trying to short the stock here in the later half of the day today. Let's see if this changes. We'll see this change here in just a second. Yeah, it's definitely starting. The market's starting to kind of head a little bit more towards green. So it's kind of recovering a little bit. Lots of red down here still. So much red. I personally can't say. I mean, I know my price predictions for today is 40.30 to 43.30. I wanted to change it later to 42 to 45. I could see us going back down to 45. you know, maybe a little bit later on in the trading day today. We know for a fact that they borrowed maybe 2/3 less shares today for shorting than they did yesterday, which could indicate that they might not be pushing the price down too far. I would not be surprised to see a volume spike. I believe when I left for lunch, we were probably really close to 60, so it looks like volume did maybe kind of spike a little bit while I was gone. That would have been from here to here. So there's a little bit of a volume spike. If we see another big volume spike, the very first thing that I'll be tracking is the stonk tracker, checking to see how many shares have been borrowed, because I can almost guarantee that they've borrowed shares at that point. Yeah, so let's just watch. We're gonna see what happens. I'm looking at the level 2 book orders now. Look how much gap there is down here. What's going on? Not a whole lot of walls on the sell side. There's not much preventing us from going up. We got one at 47.34. We just tested it. The wall's still there. 47. It looks like it moved a little bit to 47.31 now. So it looks like they're trying to push the price down. There's some high activity going on right now in small volumes. Super high activity in small volumes. This is a fight. There's a big number right there, 13,000. Okay, so they're making a stand. They're making a stand right now, and they're definitely trying to push the price down. As far as price prediction for today, it could end up being that all three of us end up being wrong, and the missed ticker gets another point for the day, which is okay. This is more for fun than anything. Man, that must have been a really nice. I really wasn't watching when I was gone. I sat down, watched some YouTube, just completely random junk, and ate some lunch, and this thing was just taking off. That was wonderful. Wonderful to come back to see. That would have been a heck of a time to play the blast off. The blast off music. So they're driving. They try to drive price back down, and it looked like they were trying to tend to go underneath this this wedge line, but we're fighting back here. They still have that wall back up at 47.34ish, and it's now moved to 47.37. I don't know why I always want to put the price like way over to the left and have like a bunch of open blank screen on the right. I have no idea why I do that. I just do. Man, that is looking so nice. They say when in doubt, zoom out. I'm not in doubt, but I do want to see if there's some kind of pattern forming at all. I don't see anything really at the 30-minute mark. I say mark, I should say interval, 30-minute interval. The 5-minute interval, again, not seeing a whole lot. Excuse my messiness with my Fibonacci retracements there. We're kind of in a dead zone that I have between $46 and $49. I don't have any retracements that cover that period, that valuation. At the 1 hour interval, again, not really seeing a whole lot of pattern. And on the day interval, yeah, I'm not really seeing any patterns. You know, what I see could end up happening is this could end up just being a natural trend line that we end up following. So I feel like we've had like a price correction. I guess what I would say about this, like zooming out, let's do 5 minutes. Zooming out and looking at like the last couple days. Let's do 5 days. You know, so we were trending real nice and even, consolidating in that pattern, and then all of a sudden we had this like weird drop off, right? And then more drop off and more, and then now all of a sudden it's correcting. And I feel like this whole section right here is just kind of unnatural movement, right? Kind of starting right about here, maybe. Right about here, all the way. And I think what we're seeing right now is less manipulation, and a correction possibly back to the trend that we were on before. So it could be very well possible that we just continue to follow that trend. And I had said this, if you want to go back to the beginning of the stream from the morning, I was a little bit wrong, but a little bit right. One of my prediction for the day was we were going to possibly drop between $47 and $48 early on in the market, and potentially stay there or be around that price until noonish. And at which time I felt like at noon we would start seeing a price upwards. I only figured on a 10% increase. Turns out we've had about a 15% increase now from where we were at, because we were down 10% before. We're up now almost 5%, so it's like 15% increase. So a lot more than I had anticipated when I had initially done my price prediction on how much it could go up by. But one thing that I also said was that we might end around $45 for the day, and in the aftermarket launch and beat this section right here. I still feel like that's a possibility today in the aftermarket hours that we're going to see. I might be doing the stream longer than 9 hours today. If we see significant gains in the aftermarket hours, I will keep the stream running because I think it's incredibly important to continue to provide data to people so that they can see what's happening live. I'm sure there's going to be some other YouTubers that come on towards the end of the day, and that's fine, but I want to be able to provide and document this as it's happening. So really cool to see this panning out the way that it is. Ever so just eking across this line here. Yeah, I think it's highly possible that the price drop that we saw was them trying to get a lower price for failure to delivers. I think that they're on a buy trend right now. I think they're buying up shares to try and cover their positions. And this is the kind of thing that really starts driving the price up. And what follows that, these price increases are people FOMOing out, right? They're going to come in here and they're going to watch this and they're going to be like, oh crap, I could have had this at $38. I'm saying like when it hit like 42, 43, I could have had it at $38. And then they keep see it driving up more and more, and they're like, I gotta buy now. And so they exit their positions elsewhere or wherever they have their money, and they start buying. And the FOMO starts hitting people, and they're like, I gotta get in now. I gotta get in now. It's already up like so much more than it was. Here we are almost $10 over what we were at earlier this morning. And this is, it's this kind of price movement that causes FOMO. And the investors, they see this and they go like, oh my God, I got to invest. I wouldn't be surprised if the two people, at least one of the two people who are watching today might be people that I used to work with. And they're seeing this and going like, wow, I can't believe this. I can't believe the price is jacking back up like this. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Might have a little bit of a pattern forming here now. This would be another wedge like I had drawn out earlier. I don't even have to make a line down here because it's already there. Let's see how flat this is. It's not very flat. Okay, no pattern. Let's see what Reddit has to say about all this. I'd like to see. Yeah, the number one thing I see when I pull up Reddit, right off the bat, where's our positive article on AMC? Where? Stop being so fucking corrupt, you HF balls licking idiots. I mean, seriously, can we go? Let's look it up. Let's just look real quick. Let's see how insane this is. Let's look up. Yeah, I like how you can see all my past searches. Okay, let's look up. Let's just look up AMC News and see what's trending. AMC. "17 minutes ago, AMC GameStop shares rally, cutting short recent slide." Okay, that's not bad, Barons. Appreciate that. Yeah, that's it. Barons, the first one's out. First one's out of the gates with an actual positive piece. Let's look at that though. Let's actually pull this article and see if it's actually positive, because the title indicates that it could possibly be. AMC Entertainment Holdings and GameStop shares turned around shortly before noon. Prior to the bounce back, two major meme stocks were on a pace for fifth straight trading day dip. AMC was up 4% at 46.88 in recent trading. GameStop was up 0.3 at 191. The S&P index was down 0.8. If Thursday's moves hold, and of course I have to subscribe to see, and I do not have subscription, so I have no idea what happens if Thursday's moves hold. I want to know though. What else are they saying? Oh my. I'll pull this off to the side so you guys don't have to read it. Yeah, what I'm seeing right now is it really looks like an ascending parallel channel. Let me chart it and see if that's accurate. Oh geez, I can't see. That's about right. Okay, well, so typically speaking, when you have a flagpole and a pennant, it typically ends up being a bullish move. In this particular case, it's trending upwards. It's not really just a pennant, it's an ascending channel, which typically means a move towards a price correction. I wouldn't be surprised if we dip back down to maybe like 46 bucks. We'll see what happens. We shall see. So I like the W's. I'm seeing the W's here. This W wasn't as big and the price started to drop after. If we look at the 30-minute RSI, it has definitely peaked out at the top up here. 5 minutes definitely peaked out. So yeah, we'll be seeing this probably breaking out downwards here in a little bit, but that's that's okay. You know, I'd be interested in knowing. Actually, I'm gonna post this up as the pinned comment for the day. Yeah, so I just posted the question of the day. For those of you who got in at a price range above $50, how do you feel about the diamond hands that are forming? You know, that's it's an accomplishment to buy in at. You know, you should feel like this is a badge. You've earned a badge. You bought in at $50, $60. You drove down to 38. You know, how do you feel? What kind of price correction is that? Um, you know, if you bought in at say 60 as an example, that's a um, almost dang near 40% drop in price. Dang near. How does it make you feel? Does it make you feel like you've accomplished something? Do you feel like you've formed diamond hands? So my ascending parallel channel did not hold out. It broke out going up, which is great. We're testing $49. We're getting ready to break back into the 50s. How do those diamond hands feel, guys? You like those diamond hands? Because you know, with diamond hands comes diamond balls. I don't know if Rizbot's still listening, but I hope your daughter's not listening. Oh man, I should watch my language. I don't know. I just say things. It's part of my ADD. I have like no filter on what I say. Words just spill out. Gah! Words are hard too. Yeah, we just got a Discord notification saying that everyone congrats to all apes who stayed strong. Absolutely. I mean, and don't anybody dare think for 1 second that this can't drop back down, because this absolutely can. You know, a 20% loss at, you know, $50. You know, that is a $10 loss. You know, we could very easily drop back down to $40. Absolutely 100%. I don't even know why I did the math on that. That should have been easy to figure out in my head. Yeah, this is really unexpected and well appreciated. Diamond hands prevail, and you know, this should be forming even stronger diamond hands. Hopefully, all those people who got in at $50, they should be looking at this right now, right? They should be saying, "I just dropped $12 off my total investment from the get-go. And I dropped down $12, and now here I am back to almost even." And you should be looking at it, and you should be very proud. You should be sitting here telling yourself, like, you know, this is the kind of stuff that we've been seeing all along. There's nothing, not a single thing that's new about this. If I saw something new, I would tell you. I've been tracking this since January. I have a very rigid system that I've set up, and if there was something new here, if I felt like I saw something different, I would tell you. But there's nothing different here. Absolutely nothing. This is the same usual patterns day in and day out. You know, and there could even be something to be said here that, you know, there could be a trap set up here, right? You know, I absolutely believe that we could hit 40 again today. There's no way, that's out of my mind. You know, why not? You know, create a whole bunch of FOMO, right? Get all these people to suddenly invest into AMC again. They're like, oh my gosh, you know, all these people who you talk to over the 4th of July weekend, they're like, oh wow, here's my spot to get in, you know, 30, 39, 40, 41, 42. I was, oh, I'm gonna buy now. So they buy in, drives up to $50, and next thing you know, floor gets ripped out back down to 40. It can happen. It can definitely happen, but it's not about what the price is, because the price is all psychological. All of it. It's completely psychological. This has to do with whether or not they're covering their positions. If you can show me data that shows that they're covering their positions and that apes are selling their shares, then you have a case to make about this stock not doing what it's supposed to be doing. If you can't show those two pieces of data, then, and you just sit here and you hold, these patterns are going to continue. But ultimately what you're going to see is this right here. And there's a reason for that, and it's because they have to cover. Eventually they have to cover. And we will see this again. If you zoom in on GameStop, you can find this exact kind of stuff on a micro level. The biggest difference between us and GME is that they had a massive gamma squeeze right off the get-go, right? From like $17, $20-ish. They had this huge gamma squeeze. We had a squeeze, I don't even know if we had a slight gamma squeeze up to $77, but if you notice, it didn't set or trigger anything. The volume that's allowed to be traded in this stock is so much higher, that when the squeeze happens for this stock, it's going to be exponentially more violent than GME was, simply because of the fact that we're trading in much larger volumes. It's going to be the craziest thing you've ever seen. Okay, so we broke out of this channel. I'm going to go ahead and delete it. I wonder if anybody will ever look back on these videos and go like, watch his posture over time as the price goes down. And the price gets up and he's all like, yeah, let's go. Let's look at inflow versus outflow. I definitely want to see what that's looking like right now. I'm going to refresh this real quick here. Oh my God. Look at this, guys. 926 inflow versus 744 outflow. Wow. Wow. 200 million, almost more. Insane. Let's look at Ortex for just a second. I'm kind of curious about something. These failure to delivers aren't going to get reported for another week or so from now. A little less than a week. Should be next week, I think. I am curious about, currently our short share interest is going down. Utilization is not changing right now, but that won't change. We won't see any kind of changes in those kind of numbers until tomorrow. I would not be surprised if we saw utilization shoot way up tomorrow. I think the thought process that I'm having right now is that they're going to say, oh, a whole bunch of shares were bought between $40 and $50, and that's why we have more utilization. No, no. We're already at dang near 100%, if not 100% utilization. That's not where it came from. This is a reporting issue right now. I'm curious to see what happens to our loans tomorrow. If it goes down, yeah, I'm wondering if it goes down. If loans go down tomorrow, this is what I'm thinking. If loans go down tomorrow, then some of this price movement that we're seeing going up right now is them covering, right? They've bought shares and they are covering some of their positions. So it'll be really interesting to see. On the Stonk tracker, it's showing that shares were replaced. These are the numbers from this morning. So there's an argument to be made that 500,000 shares were traded back. Their ETFs, about 300,000. So there could be a slight argument that to say that they've covered some of their position on failure to delivers. Whether that's actually the case or not remains to be seen. Right now I'm trying to see if there's not a pattern. I know this would indicate that we've broken out of it, but I'm not wondering if there's not an ascending channel here that's kind of like a large scale ascending channel, kind of like this. Yeah. That's possible. An indicator like this could potentially show that it would be a bearish indicator, meaning that when it does break out, it would break out going down on the downside. So, don't hold your breath too much about the price increasing this much today. There could still be a pending attack coming. This diagonal line going through here, that's our 1 month wedge. We're trading now on the inside of the 1 month wedge pennant that we had. The price predictions that John, myself, and Eric have for today are all way down here. We're way low. The yellow lines are most of these yellow lines that are just simply horizontal are all Fibonacci retracements. They're to show levels of support and resistance. And VWAP is this line right here. So we're currently trading above the VWAP. RSI is running a bit on the high side. On the 30-minute interval, it is running above 70. On the 5-minute interval, it's above 70. So we could definitely see a bit of a price correction going down coming soon. Not just a small one, but probably something that would break out below this path, this channel that I've created. In which case, if it were to do it sometime soon, we'd be looking at $47, so maybe a $2 price correction, and it could continue to drop more than that. Again, I wouldn't put it past them trying to short this stock back down to 40. And the reason I say that, there's pretty good data showing right here that at the strike price of $40, there's 46,000 shares still available there for them that they need to get this down to before the end of tomorrow. So they want to see another somebody, a large group of investors want to see a price dip down to 40 again. So don't put it past them to try and get it that low. Something I think I had mentioned yesterday was, um, if the price, one of the tactics that I think people could use, if price is dropping and you're kind of buying into some of the FUD, some of the different hit articles that are out there. One of the things you can do is you can just reassure yourself, go look at some of the fundamental DD that's out there, do some research yourself, figure out like what is actually happening. Are we seeing things that are true, or are we seeing things that are false? I wrote a great piece about, to some people that I talk to about investing, about being scared of the dark. Um, Especially as a child, you're scared of the dark, but it's kind of it's not a irrational fear. Um, because when you turn the lights on, nothing's there. It's just the same thing it's always been. And so sometimes walking away from the situation, even as a child, like you walk back towards the light, right? Well, if you have to walk away from the stock to just not think about it for a while, do that. Walk back to whatever makes you happy. If it's difficult for you to watch price dropping like that, just walk away. Because it's going to happen. This isn't even the half of it. We will see at some point 70% drops, and they're going to be really difficult to stomach. But if you know that it's going to increase more than that, than it was previously, before the 70% drop, you can diamond hand through it. And this is how we get to those insane numbers that everybody keeps talking about. So we just broke 100 million shares in volume at about noon. So 8:30, 9:30, 10:30, 11:30. So 3.5 hours. With 3 hours to go. I was predicting somewhere between 110 and 120 for volume for the day. It looks like I'm going to end up being a little bit wrong. It could end up being higher. If it is higher, if we can break, I'm just going to throw a little bit of thought process out here. Let's see. If we can break 130, if we can break 130 million shares traded today, I think that there's extremely good chance that we're going to see an amazing day tomorrow. or even in after hours today. So be ready for that. Sometimes it's almost as difficult to stomach the upswings as much as it is to stomach the downswings. I remember when it shot up to like 77 bucks. There was a point where I felt like I was gonna pass out. I was like, I gotta sit down. It's funny. I was mentioning earlier on the stream, and I don't want to say exact price points, but my grandma, who invested some money into this stock as well, um, she was down money, obviously, like a lot of people who invested kind of late into this. But I can safely say that at some point today she is back in the money again, and she doesn't know. She doesn't know one way or the other if she's up or down. She doesn't really care to look at it. But it's funny, you know. She has no clue that she was down a good percentage amount. I'm just going to check the market here real quick. Let's see how it's doing. It was starting to improve. Let's see what this number changes to. It does take a minute to update. So it looks like it's not improving anymore. It's starting to decline again. Not terribly. I mean, earlier today it was at 900 advancers, which was really bad. They've kind of recovered a little bit, about a percentage point maybe, across the board. One thing that I was pointing out earlier that I think is really interesting is we have, well, and it's not so much now, but it was earlier, we were having really low amounts of volume, sorry, low amounts of shares trading at high volume rate. So it was like moving really quickly at like very, very small numbers. So typically speaking, we'll see these thousands in here. You know, see that here's a 4,000, here's a couple thousands. You know, the numbers move pretty quickly, but earlier there were like no thousands at all. It was all just, you know, anywhere from 100 to zero to maybe 300 shares tops, and it was just flying, like just crazy quick. And yeah, that's it was real interesting to watch happen. It's kind of changed a little bit. I do see walls now. It's nice to see it returning back to normal. When it trades so fast like that, that's when the price kind of almost becomes out of control, and you can just see it skyrocketing. Let's not forget too that as we see the price skyrocket, there's going to be periods of time where the market will probably experience freezes. They'll freeze the stock for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or something like that, and you know, you have to wait. Those are usually after very large price increases over a certain period of time. I don't know what those are. When one does happen, what I'll do is I'll pull up the information for why that happens, when it happens. It's to be expected. Don't be caught off guard by it. So it looks like we kind of toyed around with these levels of resistance and support. We just kind of blew past them, blew under them. Now we're going past them again. They don't seem to be hard set points right now. I would say that 50 is looking to be like it's a bit of a challenge. I've been looking for, let's see, I've got two people watching right now. I don't know who you are. If you guys play video games at all, let me know. I'm kind of curious. I play a little bit of PlayStation, and I'm looking for a new game to occupy my time at night. I'm curious if anybody has any suggestions. See right here, guys. This is it right here. Jesus invests. I didn't pick it out because of that. But it says, who was a little scared this week? Now, do you believe in your fellow sister, brother apes? Remember, the longer you stay, the stronger we become. Sorry. Now, do you believe in your fellow sister, brother apes? Remember, the longer you stay in, the stronger we become. It's the truth. You have to believe in the process. If you don't believe in the process, then you might be here for the wrong reasons. I mean, I think there's something to be said about understanding why you're here and what it is that people in the retail investors are trying to accomplish. You know, if you're not aware of what that is, and you're not aware of what indicators tell you whether or not you're accomplishing the goals, then you're going to feel like you're failing. This would be a time of consolidation that we have going on right now. I mean, we still have an ascending parallel channel, but we also have a flag going up and kind of like a pennant forming. At the end of the pennant, you know, you might see a price increase up. So pennant comes out, maybe price increase up here somewhere. But eventually this is going to need to come down. This ascending parallel channel could be defeated by consolidation. And the reason I say that is that this channel, this upwards channel that we follow, causes RSI to go up over time. As RSI goes up over time, it eventually indicates that there's going to have to be a breaking point, a selling point. It's currently showing a selling point right now at the 30-minute interval and at the 5-minute interval. So you know, we should see some more selling going on. And if we don't see selling going on, then it's consolidation. If nobody's selling, the price will start to increase, and so it will defeat the downwards trend that this channel is indicating, and it will just continue to climb up that channel. So here comes that reversal that I was talking about. Currently, we have a buy wall at 48.30. It'll be interesting to see if that wall holds, or yeah, it just disappeared. So it could continue to drop down further. Yeah, here's the reversal attack. Let's look at Discord for just a second. I just want to see what people are saying. Trying to clean up some of my internet connection issues right now. It does appear that I have a little bit of latency happening. That is correct. All right, so it looks like we're getting close to the point to where the price is going to be hitting the bottom side of that channel. So it will either start trending back upwards or break out. Yeah, so I'm getting about a 20-second delay on the feed right now, so I apologize for that. I'm working with the best that I can right now on this. Somebody says we're barcoding. I would not call this barcoding. Yeah, this is definitely not barcoding. I'm going for sitting on the leg mode. Okay, so interesting point to throw out there. This has come down a little. It was 1.9. It's now down to 1.7. They're borrowing shares again. Perhaps we're going to see a little bit of a fight. They're going to try and drop the price a little bit on us here. And that may already be what we've seen in these two movements right here. Or it could also be an attempt to try and keep this under 50. Appears to be the beginning of a breakout out of this channel. Okay, so we did indeed bounce off of that channel, and we are heading back upwards. Let's see if that relieves some of the RSI pressure on the 30-minute. It got us just under 70 on the 30-minute. On the 5-minute, it's definitely under as well, but I can't see there being a whole lot of additional movement upwards. Maybe we reach like 48.70 before we start seeing downwards moving again, possibly 49. I think we'll have to consolidate for a little bit. In order to stay in this channel, we'll have to consolidate for a little bit at this price and then continue on from there just to stay in this channel. Otherwise, we'll be breaking out down below the channel. So something like this, possibly. Right about here. So we'll need to consolidate inside this right here. In order for us to stay inside this channel, we'll have to consolidate in here for a little bit before breaking out, going upwards. Otherwise, we'll be, if it tests this, it'll probably come back down and end up breaking out downwards. I wish I was more exciting. But that's not why I created this channel. I would love. I'm going to start a post on AMC. I don't watch fights. I just don't watch fights. But I think one of the coolest thing that would be is to go watch a fight with a bunch of apes at AMC. Like, I think that would be super badass. I just don't know. I wonder if we can figure out which theaters they're going to be showing the fight in. I'm gonna check it out and see if I can find one near me. July 10th. What day is that? That is 2 days from now, Saturday. That's my family day. I'll have to pass on it. God, that would be so much fun to go be a part of, though. I wonder. I'm gonna check and see where there's tickets near me. Oh man, there are tickets near me. 9 o'clock on a Saturday night. I gotta text my buddy this. I gotta text. Let's see. All right, so we did consolidate, kind of, sort of. We kind of took an upwards parallel trend to the line. So that's still going to put some pressure on RSI. We could break out now, and I think it would be okay to go above this line. There's some room for movement upwards, but it's gonna be stressed movement. Meaning, like, if we made it to 49.11, I would see it. We would more than likely see that level of resistance be a hard set point and then a quick downturn. but I would love for the stock to prove me wrong. Please be my guest. Shoot to the frickin' moon. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay, so check this out. I just looked up. There's one theater showing in my area that's showing the McGregor fight. There's one seat left for this the 10th at 9 o'clock p.m. One. Oh god, it would be so much fun to go watch. Oh well. Hmm. Yeah, it's almost exactly what I said. Testing the 4911, then breaking out down hard. It'll more than likely break down past the channel at this point. I'm trying to find this place. Damn. I can't believe that there's only one seat left. That's crazy. I mean, I knew it would be popular, but I didn't think it would be that popular. Oh well. I mean, that's good. I'm glad that I'm glad seats are being purchased. That's definitely a positive thing. I just wish I was a part of it. Oh well. Let's see how we're doing on those puts. 46,000 at $40, and it is now 58,000 at $48. Wow. There's definitely hardcore betting against AMC right now. Major hardcore betting against AMC price. What could this mean? Wow. There's actually major betting for AMC as well. Some really weird options changes right now, guys. Just to throw it out there. Super options purchases for tomorrow. I'm going to hold the channel that I've drawn in here until I see some kind of new flag. Something that indicates to me, some kind of pattern that indicates to me that there's a change. I mean, if this had potentially flattened out, this is almost like a lopsided head and shoulders, a very lopsided head and shoulders. But I'm not going to call it that right now. It doesn't look right to me. It's almost like there's an alternate path here. You know, something that kind of looks something like this. Whoa. My computer did not like that. You know, something that kind of looks like that. But it's still an ascending parallel channel. I'm put the options over here, but look at these puts, guys. This is insane. They're up to 58,000 now at $40, 28,000 at 45. If you go back up and look at the support, though, 45 is kind of like the low point for the long options, and most of the long options are looking at $50 for tomorrow. At, after market hours today, I think it's going to blow. I mean, that's just not technical advice in any way, but holy smokes, it is really starting to look like it. Volume at 113 million with 2 hours to go. That's good. I had thought the top would be about 120 million, so it looks like I'm going to end up being wrong, which I'm okay with. I think price needs to consolidate for a while. I think it just needs to chill. Like whatever price range this is right here. I think somewhere between $47.50 to $49. It needs to just kind of chill out there until we get to maybe close to the end of the trading hours. That's what needs to happen. I don't know if that's going to happen, but that's what needs to happen. Especially if we want to continue to move up in price. I'm checking out the decliners over advancers. This number will change here in just a second. Yeah, the market's starting to lose ground again. A little bit of a wedge forming right now. I'm not sure how wedges work. I think because this line is less of a, it's like 6 degrees, whereas this line right here is 20 degrees. I think what that means is that if this breaks out, it's going to break out going downwards because this is more a downwards indicating trend, which it looks like it's already starting to do. I'm going to move that line just slightly. Here's a good piece by J. Druckus, or maybe it's J.D. Ruckus. This is our stock. This is our stonk. This is their market. Who runs it better? AMC down from over 12% to up by over 8% in just a few hours. Meanwhile, presently in the market, yeah, it's looking pretty crappy. Up to 1.6. This is posted by Sticky Ribs. Up to 1.6 billion AMC shares are owned by U.S. audit retailers alone. 1.6 billion. A 1,000 person random sample experiment to model AMC ownership is among adults in the U.S. I'm reposting my research finding as I feel not enough of you have got to read this. I changed the title to grab your attention. This was originally posted on July 4th. Let's see. And I actually felt like this was the case a while ago. I'm going to take the survey. I don't even know if I really want to divulge this information because I'm pretty sure. Wow. I thought I would be in a higher percentile here. Oh, I can't be a part of the survey? Well, that's lame. I wanted to kind of put in my numbers. Oh well. Jesus, was one heck of a post. It was absolutely insane. Insane how much data they collected. Yeah, volume really kind of slowed down after that big kick. So we're currently on a 5% drop from the last high of 49.79. So at 47.30 we hit a 5% drop. And at 44.81 we would hit a 10% drop. So this is definitely another ladder attack down. You can see it right here in this movement. So it's down, up, down, up, down. So we could see more of this continuing to get attacked down. But we do have power hour coming up. The question is are people going to be excited to buy the stock at this price? You know, they just watched it rise from 38 to 47. That's what it's at right now. You know, so $9. Will people be excited enough to buy at this price? That's the question. And I am constantly buying. What am I looking at? Yeah, there we go. Oh man, you missed a heck of a day today, Chris. It has been one fun-filled morning and afternoon, and this is where the diamond hands are formed. I know Chris; he's my brother-in-law. So you just got to experience your badge, the badge that helps to form diamond hands. It's these kind of price decreases. We've nearly had a 40% price decrease over. Trying to see here. Over the last, I guess, since Friday. You know, it was hefty. Before we start having the price swing back up today. You know, $38 as a low, and the high being $55. You know, and in between we hit a stopping point at 42.80, and we went up to 49, and then down, you know, well below that to 38.76, and then we drove back up to 49.79. So, welcome to the club. Hopefully you're still diamond-handed. We have worked ourselves back into the wedge. The 1 month wedge that we had that's supposed to complete tomorrow. I believe. Let me back out a little bit here. Yeah, the wedge completes at the 5-minute interval. It shows us as trading outside of it, but that's not accurate. So the wedge completes tomorrow afternoon. All of us who made trading predictions today guessed low. I was probably I was the most bullish out of everybody. You hold because you're lazy. Yeah. We all have different reasons for holding. Whatever causes you to hold, you hold. But you know, this is part of the reason why, you know, when I first talked to you about this, and one of the things and you can attest to this, one of the things I say to people is don't invest more than you're willing to lose. And I'll tell you why. The number one reason is because if you don't do a whole bunch of research on this and you don't understand what the fundamentals are and how this works, the price drops for somebody who invests more than they're willing to lose become overwhelming, I guess is a good way to put it. And so, you know, you've just weathered through a nearly 40% decrease in a high point, and so now here we are. How do you feel? You know, I know you're saying you held because you're lazy, but how does this whole process make you feel? Did it scare you, honestly? And of course, realize that there's probably about a 10 to 20-second delay here on this, even though it says live. But I'm curious, how's this whole process made you feel? And it's okay to say something like scared. You know, right, right. Not devastating, invested a whole lot into it. When I first got into this, I think I started out with about $3,000 or $4,000, and I watched it like kind of disappear. The money kind of disappeared a little bit. Oh, it looks like I'm having an internet connection issues right now. So I guess one of the things that was hard for me the first time was seeing it drop from like $14 down to 8, and then down eventually to 5. You know, that's cool. I mean, you're holding. You may not have much faith in it, but you're holding, and that's, kind of what the movement's all about, is about holding it. Um, who doesn't? I mean, that's exactly how I felt too. Actually, no, 100% that's how I felt. When I first got into this, it was only, like I said, $3,000, and I was like, you know what? I'm in this because I want to see hedge funds get screwed. I'm not in this to make money. It was really just I just want to see hedge funds get screwed, so I just stayed. And the longer it played out, the longer I realized that like I could start averaging down. And when I saw that I could average down, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna put a little bit more into this because if I average my price down and it does take off, and I did, I was a little bit of a different position because I was looking at like $5, $6 a share. I was like, there's no way that this is going to be worth, this will be worth well more than that. You're looking at it right now saying $47. I can't see investing more. I've got what I've got in it, right? So I get that. Um, but as the price, uh, as the price got lower for me, I kept investing more. So uh, I weathered through the really tough times. And let me tell you, there were tough times, absolutely. But I weathered through it, and here we are. Just weathered through this, near 40% drop at some points, different levels of percentages down and then coming back up. I fully anticipate, just to be clear, I fully anticipate. I'm gonna pull up the options page real quick just so I can show that to you. Um, I do anticipate another fight for 40. If you look at the strike prices for puts, these are the puts right now. There's 58,000 puts for $40 strike price. Uh, Very definitely could see another fight for $40 at some point. So, a lot of us are taking a sigh of relief as we see it come back up to 47. We're going, whoo, it was just another one of those dips again. And, we know it's more than that. We own the shares. Um, this is all psychological manipulation to try and get people to sell, so that they can cover their positions and eventually short this stock into nothingness. And it's just not going to happen. But you see these puts here. So I'm going to refresh the screen, and let's see what it's changed to now, because it's at 58,000 at 40 strike. So let's refresh the screen, scroll back down. So it's grown. It's now 59,000 at 40. So there's even more investor uh, movement towards a bearish movement towards $40 for tomorrow. So, expect to see another fight. There's going to be more fight in this. Do not be surprised if the price drops again. Um, it's not. It doesn't mean that it's over. It's market manipulation. Uh, if you look at the strike prices too, I was feeling really kind of bummed out about strike prices for the calls. The calls were super low volumes. Look at this now. At $50, there's 73,000. So we have investors who are being a lot more bullish about the position of this stock and where it's heading. So there's going to be a big fight, either in aftermarket hours today or possibly tomorrow. How long? How long is the long game before we land on the moon? Best case, worst case. I mean, I was thinking worst case was going to be by the end of June, and here we are already past that. So, um, I hate to be disappointing, but that's it really comes down to, I think, there being a catalyst of some sorts that gets us. And this is just strictly my opinion, but I think that once we get to $90 or above, and some people are even saying $60, if we hold above $60, that they'll get margin called. But once they get margin called, everything's going to happen really, really quickly, and it'll probably be over within 15, 20 business days. I'm guessing. I see a possible catalyst coming up within the week. So this could possibly be over by the end of July, but I was saying this last June. So, I really felt like once we had hit over $20, that the margin calls were going to come in, and they didn't. And I apologize that I have that data still up on the screen here. Let me take it off. Sorry. So, I don't know. Best case, I can't tell you. I honestly can't tell you. It's all going to depend on catalyst. Once the catalyst happens, we're going to see the price jump way high, and it'll be unstoppable. FOMO will hit. People will start investing left and right, and it's game over. Adam, one of the guys I talked to a lot, he just posted something to me about spoke to someone from Citadel. I actually read that earlier on the feed. It was really kind of interesting. There was somebody who was like an Uber driver or something like that, and they gave somebody from Citadel a ride, and the person that worked there didn't want to talk about naked shorts or anything like that, but they did say that they were kind of rooting for the small guys, and that they were being called in at 8 o'clock at night to work on stuff. So there's definitely some stuff happening. I mean, we can actually look at that kind of stuff. I look on it on a daily basis. I pull it up and look at it. In fact, I looked at it this morning, and you can kind of tend to see that they're a little bit busier at 6 a.m. this morning. But if I refresh this, oh, actually they're just as busy as normal right now. So that's a normal busyness. Maybe they're packing their bags to go home for good. I don't know. Let me see here. I'm really excited about the volume right now. If we want to talk about like some of the good indicators, seeing the volume back over 100 million. I was kind of anticipating at 7 o'clock this morning somewhere between 110 and 120 million. And here we are at 118 with another hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes left to go. So we could see 130, 140 million, which is amazing. Pulling back up the volume on Ortex, you can kind of see down here at the bottom, the volume decreased, and then it's increasing. And when I pull up my image that I had shown in the past right here, those were the indicators, right? That indicator goes down, the volume was decreasing, and then the volume starts to increase, and as the volume increases, the price increases. So now we're starting to see, here's our current indicator right here. If I pull it up, it's right here. So it dropped. The circle that I have is right there on this picture, right here. It dropped. It's now starting to head back up, and volume is now starting to pick back up. If we look at it, you can see volume starting to pick back up. That means price increases. Last time that happened, that's when we had this jump last month where it went from let's see, what price was this? $17 to $77. If we see that happen again, you can run the math a little bit. You can see that was based off of this little dip right here. This is a much bigger dip. If something like that happens, we're talking about a catalyst that could drive our price up to $120 to $150 a share. As soon as something like that happens, as soon as it happens, I guarantee you they will get margin called. And as soon as they start getting margin called, it's all over. Everybody starts having to close shop. They will be forced into selling their long positions. And I don't recall if you were on or not the other day, but let's pull this to the side. One of the indicators that I was looking for was Amazon going negative. They went big time negative today. I don't know if you saw that or not, and it kind of made me start to wonder if there was a possibility that Citadel might have been selling some shares during that time. But later on, I realized that the entire market was just kind of really crashing pretty hard. If we look at the whole market as a whole, just red everywhere, right? It's starting to recover a little bit. At one point, the advancers for today were down to 900. This number will update here in just a second. It's slowly picking up. The market kind of did a little bit of recovery. Let's see what we're at now. Yeah, it's actually kind of it made a recovery to about 2,000-ish advancers, and now it's starting to decline again. You can see just every sector of the market is red everywhere, but not us, and that's because we have a negative delta to the market. So typically speaking, if the market goes down, we tend to go up, and if the market goes up, we tend to go down. Not very many stocks experience that. How long can they extend the short calls? I want to say indefinitely. I believe that they've figured out ways to be able to and I think I know what you're saying. When you say short calls, what you mean is these naked shorts. How long can they keep these naked shorts hidden? And I'm going to say indefinitely. It's the catalyst that's going to cause those to be exposed, and then have to be covered. So indefinitely, they could keep those hidden. I believe so. And that's discomforting, right? And not only can they keep them hidden indefinitely, but they can continue to create more and more and more. They can dig this hole to China if they wanted to, and it will just keep continuing on down this path. But these catalysts that we have are some of these gamma squeezes that are created through option trading. So that's kind of, we see these failure to delivers. A lot of people are talking about failure to delivers. At some point, they have to cover these failure to delivers and start paying people shares. Well, the little problem with that is that when nobody's selling shares, they can't get any shares to cover the failure to delivers. So that could also end up being a catalyst. And I believe, let me pull back Ortex up real quick. I believe on loan has been kind of trending up lately. I think we're going to see a drop on loan. I think we're going to see that they've maybe covered a little bit of their position, and the price, when they dropped the price over the last couple days, they've purchased shares, any shares that they could get from anybody, and they're going to use that to cover whatever positions they could cover. Now, whether or not they can cover them all or not and get off the reg show list is a good question. That remains to be seen. So we'll find out. Let's see. There's something else I was going to cover too. I can't remember what it was. There's an exciting piece of news for the day, and I can't remember. So exciting. The day's just been really, really kind of tense. Like it's been, an upwards movement and a relief, but at the same time, I'm anticipating more painful looking down days, but diamonds are formed under pressure. I don't just have diamond hands anymore. I have diamond balls. Yep. Kick me in the jimmy. Won't hurt. Yeah, they can hide these naked shorts as long as they possibly want to. It's a sad truth. there's a way for them to be able to manipulate the market that I think the SEC just doesn't. They may choose to fine them in some fashion or another, but they just write it into their costs. It let's refresh our memory here, right, from yesterday. They own a long position of $407.6 billion in Amazon. They got money. So that's the kind of money we're going to be milking once they get margin called. They'll be forced into selling their long positions, and that's where our money's going to be coming from. And you're going to watch the entire market just get annihilated. I really hope that you don't. I really hope that you don't have a 401k that's invested in like a bunch of blue chip stocks, because it's gonna suck. I'm sure it's sucking for you today. I don't know that. Let's see what stocks are doing well right now. Nothing I've ever heard of. Top gainers, I haven't heard of any of those today. Top losers. I've heard of Newegg. Can't say that I've really heard of the rest of these. Is there any questions that you have regarding data that you'd like to see? Is there any information out there that you've been looking for and you just can't find? One thing I'm going to pull up real quick here is on the 30-minute interval. I'm just looking at this data right here. Our RSI has come down a little bit, so there's a little bit of movement in the price going up again. Ideally, we want to see that come down a little bit more, which would either us be consolidating some more over some time, or for the price to drop a little bit. On the 5-minute interval, it's actually like right in the middle, which means that we could see this on the 5-minute interval supports some movement in either direction. And I apologize, it looks like my stream is getting buffered right now. I have probably the world's worst, for a first world nation, I have some of the worst internet over here. I don't understand why. I live in a suburb of Austin, Texas, and it's like, they have Google Fiber in Austin, but I can't seem to get, better connection speeds than like 15 up. It's ridiculous. I ain't got nothing on my system that I can decrease. We're getting really close to. I got five viewers on here right now, and I hate to disappoint y'all. I'm going to leave the data up here for y'all to see. If you have any last requests for some data, I'd be more than happy to post it. If you just put it in the chat box, I'll get it up there. But I am going to take a 30-minute break here. I usually take a break from 1:30 to 3 or 1:30 to 2 o'clock Central Standard Time, just because I need breaks. And the power hour is the last hour, and I like to be able to be around to talk about what's going on during the power hour. So I will return here shortly. See you guys back in about a half hour. And thanks for joining, Chris. I appreciate you coming back. Long break. I usually take two 30-minute breaks every day. I take one at 1:30 and I take one at 10:30 a.m. So I think earlier when I saw you earlier. All right, let's see here. Looks like we had an interesting thing happen. So I had this descending parallel channel set up here. Looks like we kind of got to this other dissecting line here is the 1 month channel that we've set up for the pennant. It looks like the price was dropping down to that, kind of got real close to it, broke out going upwards, which is this indicator, this downwards ascending channel is a bullish. So it was supposed to break out going up. So it did break out, and then it came back down, and it looks like it's kind of bouncing around or near that pennant flag. So I'm going to go ahead and delete this. Looks like it's testing that pennant right now. Some really interesting price action today. Overall, it has been a very exciting day today. We opened up at $40. We're currently at 46. Amazon recovered today. Cinemark did not. Dogecoin did not. GME did not. We did. We're up about 3% right now. Also, for those of you who are either just joining or have been here for a little bit, for a hot minute, we'll go ahead and check out all of our kind of indicators that we have that we look at. This has kind of come down. This is at 1.9 earlier today. It's come back down to 1.7 borrowed shares, so they've borrowed a few more shares. Obviously for shorting the stock. The other interesting thing that has happened, which it looks like they're doing right now, the other interesting thing that happened today is that our options have for the calls have gotten a lot stronger. So there's a lot more long, a lot more long positions. Really looking at, say, like for example, the $50 strike price for tomorrow. They're really thinking that we're going to be pushing back into the $50 range. You can see, these are making money. I'm going to refresh this right after we look at the puts, because this is something I actually looked at before I left on break earlier. Puts, on the other hand, they've kind of, I want to say they doubled down. They doubled down on $40. So there's this big disparity between whether or not the long callers are going to make the $50 price range and the short putters are going to be making the $40 range. So there's going to be a battle here. It'll be very interesting to see what happens. I'm going to go ahead and refresh this and see how much that's changed. Wow. So we now have 81,000 call options for $50 strike. A lot of people are really betting on that $50 for tomorrow. And it could be even hedge funds. They could be hedging their bets on both sides. 60,000, that's gone up a little bit as well for the puts at 40. Yeah, in just today alone, we've seen the volume increase quite heavily. Interestingly enough, the $145, I believe, was at 13,000 for the call options earlier, and it's now sitting at 18,000. Wow, I'm kind of curious how much those are costing them for those options. I kind of almost want to go look it up. Yeah, give me just a second. I just want to kind of see what they're paying for that, because that's insane. Currently, weird. I'm using my usual. It's saying the stock price is 47.33, which is not the price, so that's kind of weird. Let's see, we are looking at July 9th with a strike price of $145. What are they paying for that? It looks like it's about 2 cents right now, 2 cents per share. Okay, so it's really not costing a whole lot of money to buy those. The total cost is like $2. That would be a hell of an option to put in. Can you imagine? I mean, just throwing $2 out there just to try and see if you can hit the jackpot. That's a pretty small bet. Gosh, I'm not really into options, but I almost would do that just for the heck of it, you know. I don't think there's any chance in hell that we close over 145 by tomorrow. But losing $2 on a bet like that, you know, if you bought like say 5 options, that's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy to think about, because they could actually turn those. You know, say we did just happen to break just slightly over $145, they could exercise those and say they bought like five options. That's 500 shares they could have. They'd obviously have to pay $145 per per share for it, but I think it might be worth it at that point. I don't know. What does that come out? I don't even know what that comes out to. 145 times 100. Whew, you gotta have some bucks. Times 5, $72,500 to buy 5 options at that kind of price. That is a lot of money. Yeah, that's betting for rich people. I could do maybe one, and I would I would take up all my funds. Oh my gosh, that would be crazy. Rich people bets. So we're still kind of heading downwards here. I'm going to go ahead and draw this descending parallel path here. I think it's just kind of widened. I had a little bit tighter before. I think it's just kind of widened a little bit, but still kind of heading downwards. And this, again, should break out up over time. It's a bullish indicator. And welcome to Power Hour. Interesting. I'm going to work on fixing up something real quick here on my end. I want to make sure that we're all ready to go for the end of the day. Let's look at short share interest. It's currently reporting. Let me refresh the screen real quick here. Anything new here? Nothing new. 18.56. So short share interest has dropped slightly. I would almost guarantee we're going to be 90. I'm just going to throw out 92 to 95% tomorrow on utilization. Just a hunch. Yeah. Was there any news today? Did anybody see any news that was interesting to them? I haven't seen anything on AMC that was like specifically AMC related. Let me pull it up and see here. You know, I'm just going to pull this over to the screen real quick because I think y'all got to see this. All right, so I just typed in AMC into the search and searched it out. And let's see what kind of articles we get that are recent. 5 hours ago, AMC pulling its stock offering is not the win investors think it is. Okay. 2 hours ago, AMC GameStop stock rally cutting short recent slide. So earlier when I looked at this, there was only one article, and again, there's only one article that even references the fact that we went up in price on a just general Google search of AMC news. And of course, you click on it, and this is the same article. So we've had an entire day of increased price when the whole rest of the entire, let's look at this, the whole rest of the entire market on fire. Absolutely on fire, and here we are cruising along with like a 15% gain based on what we went down to, and the market sits here on fire, and then nobody says nothing. Why is that? Market's on fire. Look at this red Amazon, one of the few probably blue chip stocks up right now, and they're up 1.46%. It's crazy. Absolute nuttiness. Yeah, so can't trust mainstream media, man. They just don't really have anything to say. Oh, this is funny. I go to page 2. so I went to page 2. The first one on page 2, man shot and killed in Bellevue parking lot near AMC Theater. Don't go there. It's dangerous. Dangerous people at AMC Theater. How much you want to bet there was probably a JCPenney's that was closer? Nothing. I'm on page 3. 4 hours ago, Public Live, AMC's next act, and top gaming trends to watch. Under Yahoo Finance. One hour ago, Dow Jones rallies off lows. Moderna jumps amid Delta. So I click on this, and of course, what is it going to say? Talk about everybody else. Look at all these other guys. IBM, CSCO are two of the leading blue chips, while meme stock AMC Entertainment sprinted in a bullish action. Meme stock. Oh man. It's crazy, guys. It's crazy. But the minute we start doing poorly, the hit pieces come out. And they're all over it. But it's like a tennis pro that I used to work with used to say, no no news is bad news, or no news is good news. So they only do bad reporting. It's not news unless it's bad. If the world's burning, then it's news. If everything's good, it's not news. Yeah, such is life. Down to 45 minutes left in the day. We were down from 49.79. We've reached about 45 bucks. So that is almost a 10% drop. Getting close. Got about another buck to go. So I'm going to try and support that line. So let me do some preparations for that. Okay, sorry about that. We're contesting this lower edge of the descending parallel channel. You know, I had mentioned earlier, do not put it past them to try and drive this back down to 40 bucks. If they can drive it down to 40 bucks one more time, exit their positions, you will see this stock fly for tomorrow. I mean, absolutely take off. They will not try to fight that. I think they're done fighting it for right now. Especially in the aftermarket hours, you will just see this thing absolutely soar. So there's definitely going to be a push to try and hit 40 by the end of the day today. I don't think that they'll be very successful. If they're successful at hitting 40 at all, it would be because they got the price really close at the end of today, and maybe in the aftermarket hours they're able to work it down a little bit and get it close enough to where in the morning when we open, they open out down just barely enough to break past it, sell their shares or their options rather, and then the price will just take off. So that's, you know, don't be surprised if 40 comes around again, comes knocking on our door. Sorry about that. And remember, this is a bullish pattern. So yeah, this price could definitely start swinging back and forth inside this bullish pattern, trying to drive its way all the way down to $40. I so wish I had changed my. I had originally picked my price point range between $40.30 and $43.30 for closing price, and I started thinking about it some more, and I wanted to move it to 42 to 45. I have a feeling I'm going to end up kicking myself in the butt for not having listened to my gut instinct and just went ahead and went with my brain. Oh well, I'll miss out on a point, I guess. I hope we don't hit 43.30. I really don't want to hit my price point. That would be a pretty big drop between now and the end. Looks like we're heading down towards 45.13, which is a level of support. I just want to let you guys know in advance that tomorrow I have a doctor's appointment that I have to attend, so I will not be here for the close of the day tomorrow, unfortunately. So I will leave the feed running. Unfortunately, no special closeout for tomorrow on the sound effects because I run that, and it'll just be price action that you'll get to watch. But I do have a doctor's appointment I got to go attend to. Which means I'll actually probably be leaving earlier than that because I got to be there at 2:30. Price is breaking out of the channel. This is probably their move to try and get the price as low as possible. They want to see those puts contracts make their money. And if we look, last time I had refreshed this, we're currently at 45.21, about around there. Let's say 45.30. Yeah. They're going to want to sell some of these. I'm sorry. I keep putting up the... Excuse me a second. Yeah, they're gonna try and drive this past 45 if they can. I'm almost positive they would love to exit this position before tomorrow. Just checking to make sure. I really like the software that I'm using for this YouTube feed. It's called OBS, and it's really kind of fun because you can group things together. If I just want to get rid of all those boxes, I can do it in one click. It's really nice. Oh, here we go. I was wondering how loud your sneeze was going to be. Now I will never know. Yeah, I was trying to spare you on that one. At least your speakers. This will be an interesting close today. There's going to be a really tough fight going on between. What are the call options at again? Let me see if there's a fight going on here. So the puts, they want to get it below 45. The short positions. The long positions want to keep it over 45. So there's going to be a real tough battle for 45. Yeah. I see there being a tough battle for 45 for the end of the day today. So we did. We tested that $45.13 level of support, and we're actually driving up now to the $46, $45.98 level of support. And looks like we've tested it, and we're trying to push past. We'll see what happens here. Usually it takes about 1 or 2 candlesticks to get past it to realize whether you've actually made it or not. Notice we are trading above the VWAP. That's volume weighted average price. And so based on our volume and the average price, it kind of gives you an idea of where we should be trading at. And so we're trading above that. And if I go out of that screen and back into it, it'll refresh our order flow, and our order flow says that we are trading currently about 200 million more shares. Wow, look at that inflow of 1280 and outflow of 1097. Insane. We've got way more buyers today than we have sellers. We are trading positively. It reflects that in the price. It reflects that in the VWAP. All very good indicators that even though there may have been shorting going on today, that the price is doing what it's supposed to be doing. This may not necessarily equate to exactly what it should be in price, but it definitely shows that we didn't lose to the hedge funds and I'm going to say price manipulation. Price manipulation would have been what we saw yesterday. Still testing. It looks like we're not going to pass that 45.98 level. We're going to drop below it. So again, we went for the 45.98. We broke through it. The bottom end of the candlestick is not through all the way, so holding my breath. Certainly would be nice to see us close somewhere in this big gap up in here. I would really love to see us close the end of the day at 47.15. That would be awesome because that puts us inside that wedge again. Let's check RSI. On the 30-minute scale, RSI is it's not high. 5-minute interval is on the lower end of the side of things. So the price really could go up, and it could also move down. It definitely has the ability to have some movement in either direction. We had a big, huge buy wall at it was like 6,000 shares. For a fraction of a second, I saw it there. We have a sell wall at 46.60 of about 3,000 shares. Those just disappeared. It looks like we power munched those up. We have another sell wall that formed at 46.95. They're really trying to keep this from, it's a 3,000 sell wall, 3,000 share sell wall. They're really trying to keep this from hitting 47. Coming up on 23 minutes left of trading. Well, we're still pushing upwards towards that 47 mark that I was talking about. 47.10-ish range before the end of the close. That's awesome. It's great to see us pushing up so well. Welcome to all the new viewers that are on right now. It's glad to have you aboard. You know, as usual, every single day I've got a nice little exit. What's going on, Rosebot? Good to see you back. Yeah, just to let you know, every day I always take a break at, and since you're Central Standard Time, you'll know, 10:30 to 11 every day, and 1:32. Those are like the two breaks that I take. Sometimes I throw in a little bit of break in the morning too, maybe at around like 7:30-ish or so, maybe a couple 10 or 15 minutes there as well. But you know, I gotta have some me time every once in a while. But I try to commit to definitely being here for the last hour, just because I think uh, being here for Power Hour and documenting what happens is always kind of fun. Especially, I think, today. Oh, shoot. What just happened? 19,000. Do you see this number? $14,047. Oh my gosh, the whale. The whale jumped in. Oh man, we were trying to hold that $47 mark. Look at that. Somebody jumped in there with a huge order. They don't want to let that go. Oh man. Props to that person. I don't know who that is, but that is awesome. I mean, it's going to be a broker, but that's still very, very, very cool. I love seeing stuff like that. That's probably one of the most rewarding things to having order book level 2. Seeing those kind of orders pop up in there, it's just like, yes, Apes for the win. And it's gone now, so it's no longer there. But if the price does drive back down, I would not be surprised to see that order come back. And of course, they're going to try and drive it back down. You watch. Sell walls. We currently have a really small wall at 47.37. A little bit bigger of a wall down at $48. They're trying to keep us from just launching. I'm really feeling some launch attitude right here. Honestly, with that, especially with that 14,000 buy order at $47. Eesh, that's looking some juicy tendies. I don't know about you guys, but I'm ready to see this rip today. I'm really looking forward to seeing this rip. Just so you all know, I'm not advertising this channel at all. Well, I am. I shouldn't say not at all. Every once in a while, if I see somebody go out there and post something on Reddit, which is maybe how you're here, I will go and I will say like, oh, you know, if you're looking for information, come to my channel and visit or whatever. But I'm certainly not by any means trying to advertise like actively, really hardcore on this. I did go on a Discord and advertise like once or twice about, and that was about it. But I'm just gonna rely on word of mouth. If you guys like what you're watching, then just tell people. You know, I do. I'm never gonna ask anybody to sign up or do anything. That's not what I'm here for. I want to document this, document everything that's happening, my experience. I want to be able to provide data to apes. That's what I'm here for. And if I can give something to everybody while I'm here doing it anyways, that's awesome. We're all here in this together. Apes together strong. I think I'm excited. I smell myself. Woo! I think I'm getting a little excited in here. It's getting hot. Look at this. This is a nice trend. Beautiful, beautiful trend. Getting us back into that wedge. You may be wondering like what wedge are you talking about? What? Huh? What wedge? If I go to the 5 minute, it'll be a little bit, maybe 30 minute, it'll be a little clearer. So this is, let me pull it back out to a month. So the wedge I'm talking about is this big wedge when we went way back up. You know, we went from $28 up to $77. If we draw a wedge out, this is a pennant flag right here, a nice pennant, right? And we dropped out of it. It's really hard to see in this mess of a crap that I got going on here, but we dropped out of it right about here. And if I drop back down to the 50-minute, you'll see where we dropped out right here, and we're very nicely coming back up and into it. I know it looks like we're down below it right now, but if I go down to the 1 minute where it's nice and fine tuned in, you can see that we're actually we're in this channel. We're breaking out above the channel, and we're actually coming in very nicely right back into that pennant again. This is looking really good. RSI, this right here, this indicator is saying we still have some room for some growth, upwards movement. So is the 5 minute marker. So we definitely could take off some more. You know, it'd be very, very easily possible that we could go to test $49 here before the end of the close. That is not out of the question. We do have a sell wall set up right now at 47.52. That's, you know, they don't want us hitting past 48. They just don't. They don't want us getting there. We have about 15 minutes left of trading. Let's look at order flow. Woo! Look at that. Almost. We lost a little bit of a position. We have some more selling that happened recently because last time I had this refreshed, it was 200. So they are catching up on the sales, but that's no sweat. We're still plenty far ahead here. VWAP still down here at 44.88, so we're trading above the VWAP, and we are just hammering through these walls that they're setting up here. The only 1,000 wall that I see is 47.50 right now, and it keeps moving to 47.57. They keep moving that wall. There's not. Look how short the sell order. Okay, so there's some more sales coming in now, but this sell list is getting small. Really, really small. I got another sell wall at 48.40 now for 3,000. And we are just powerhousing through this. 5,000 at 47.92. They're starting to get firm. The hedge funds are really starting to get firm. They do not like what they're seeing. there will become a point. Oftentimes, when I see something like this happening, it gets to the point to where you'll see them give up, and it's almost like it trips like a breaker, and they set like some kind of new level, and everything, all the orders just kind of disappear, and the big sell orders, and then they just kind of redistribute everything and try to slow everything back down again. That'll happen like once, two, maybe three times. Those breakers will trip, and if the price just shoots up way too fast, that's when we trip the SEC breaker, and then they shut us down for a period of time, which is like 5 to 10 minutes. They, as far as I know, they don't do that in the after hours. I haven't seen that happen in the after hours before, so it'll be interesting to see if it does happen. We are definitely looking real nice right now, though. I'm gonna zoom in on this some more. I just want to see this, like, really want to see this skyrocketing. I'm gonna get rid of this descending parallel channel. I just want to see this one. This is our wedge that we're back up in, and right now this is in my opinion, this is kind of an important wedge. It's a signal, it's a flag that we've been creating, and they really pushed us to destroy our flag the last 2 days, Monday, Tuesday, no, even Wednesday. No, sorry, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. So Friday, Tuesday, Wednesday, they really tried to push to destroy that flag, and now here we are, right back up in it. We're in their faces, and I'm sure they don't like this. Let me check something real quick here. Yeah. They're not extra busy at Citadel right now, so. We are destroying this. This is absolutely destruction. This is awesome. 5,000 wall at 48.40. Okay, so the RSI is starting to look a little under pressure right now. Let me just check the other time frames. Okay, I think we're still good. I think we're still good. It's only showing it under the 1 minute mark, so we might be all right on that, which means we could still have some more positive growth here. We're still good for probably $49. And the previous high for the day today was 49.79. So we've been up there once before today. Okay, they started putting in some other walls. We got 48.20 has a 3,000 sell wall. And we are currently down to the last 10 minutes of trading. Kenny calling all his short dealers asking for credit. Yeah, I'd love to hear those conversations too. I bet he's begging. I did so many favors for you. You owe me. I don't know if you guys saw the news today. There's a couple different banks out there, B of A, JP Morgan, Chase. There's a couple different banks out there that were saying that some of their profits have been getting hit pretty hard. And I think once you start stressing out the banks start looking to collect money from people they can collect money from. And we know who's doing a lot of borrowing. So if they're going to shut down borrowing to people who they think they can't get their money back from, the hedge funds are going to be one of the first places they start stopping lending to, especially if they're in positions that are risky. I was never a fan. I know a lot of people seem to think that $60, holding over $60, will initiate the hedge funds. I'm more in the group of people who thinks that 90 to 95 range is kind of the target that we're looking for. I guess time will tell. It doesn't really matter who's right or who's wrong. Um, but it's going to be interesting to see what happens when we get over 60 because we do know that there's a lot of pressure to keep us underneath that. Okay, here's our first red candlestick. We're at nearly 140 million traded for the day. Beautiful, beautiful day. Beat my expectations by at least 20 million. We might even get a couple more million out of this towards the end here. Oh, Wells Fargo. Interesting. I hadn't read anything about Wells Fargo. I'd like to. I'm gonna do some research a little bit after the feed's over, and check a little bit more into some of those. I think there's something there. I know that they're getting hit right now on their financials, and I wanna try and figure out like which banks are hurting and see if they have relationships with Citadel. But it doesn't have to be just Citadel, right? It could be any hedge fund. And in fact, the smaller hedge funds are going to be the ones that fail first, and it's going to be dominoes. Okay, so the hedge funds are attacking back. Here comes the price swing down. This is where we're going to end up making our fight. It's either going to be for 47 or 48. Wow, headlines on CNBC: Wells Fargo tells customers it's shutting all personal lines of credit. Yikes. Yikes. Wow. Ooh. It's going to start getting ugly. It's going to get ugly real quick. And cash is going to mean everything, right? If the market fails, if you've got cash, it's going to speak loud, super, super loud. You want to buy a house, you want to buy a car, anything you want to buy, if you've got cash, you will be able to get what you want. 48, 48. I'm just happy with 40. Anything over 47.10 gets us back in the wedge. I'm happy with that. I don't want to be a. I don't want to. Just anything over 47, I'm happy with. I thought about crypto originally, but then once I started seeing the evidence that the hedge funds were using it as a pump and dump, it scared the crap out of me. I don't even know if I would touch it right now or even ever with any of my money after this is all said and done. I don't know. That was definitely something that was on my radar though. I thought, oh hey, look at Doge, and that's why I actually have it on here. I have Doge on here. If you look at all the cryptos, there's only one that I saw earlier today. I can't. Unfortunately, I don't know how to pull it up on Webull on my computer, but I can pull it up so easy on my phone. So let me just pull it up on here real quick. But the markets for cryptos, yeah, the only one that's up is LTC USD. Yeah, that's the only crypto that's up right now that you can trade on Webull. It's up about 2%. Everything else is down. Everything. Yeah, I think I'm gonna avoid crypto. I had done a lot of research, and I'd kind of fallen in love with Charles Schwab. Hold on. I kind of fell in love with Charles Schwab just because when I was calling around a lot of different places to find out where I could invest my money after this, because FDIC only insures $250,000, and I didn't want to make like shit tons of accounts. So I started calling around, and Charles Schwab has these accounts that you can open up for free. They don't cost anything. They have no yearly maintenance fees or anything like that. And if you have, they'll insure up to $20 million in these accounts. And I was like, wow, that's where I want to go. These guys, they talked to me. We talked for a little bit. They didn't really care where I had my money at. They just, I told them that I had a substantial amount of money that I wanted to invest, potentially later on down the line, but I needed a place to hold it in the meantime, and they were really super accommodating. And then later I started finding out that these guys are kind of in bed with some of the hedge funds, and they've been doing some kind of shady shit. So I don't know. I'm actually gonna hold them feet to the fire. I'm gonna go to them and I'm gonna say like, hey, I found this news article that says this. Is this true? Like, where does your company stand on this position? Because I personally don't agree with those kind of business tactics, and I don't know if I can support putting my money into a company that does that. You know, everything that we're doing here is about trying to fix the system, and if I just take the money and I go throw it back into the same system that's broken, it does nothing. It just perpetuates the issue some more. So I'm gonna try to do the best I can to kind of narrow it down to who I want to keep my money with. I might keep it in Fidelity. That's who I'm with right now. I don't know how safe it is there. I still haven't. I need to find out how much they insure. Oh, yeah, I hear you, man. Big money is definitely corrupt. All right, I'm going to close out the show for the day today, guys. We're going to start the countdown here in about 10 seconds. So see you guys tomorrow, and have a great day. Let's go get those hedgies.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Well, for Apple.
Booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Hey, we've got a problem here.
What did you do?
Nothing. I stirred the tanks.
This is Houston. Say again, please.
Houston, we have a problem.